morning, race enthusiasts. I'm Scott Ford, and
I'm Michaela Dodge.
And we're here at the Rally4Vets in beautiful Summit Point, West Virginia, where we're going to be bringing you all today's cross-track racing action in this wonderful charity event for veterans. I can't tell you how excited I am to be here, even though it's so early in the morning.
I know. I can't remember the last time I got up so early, but I'm so excited.
And we've got 36 wonderful drivers ready to take the track today in 2 rounds of competition. Now, I'll be explaining what all that means here in a bit, but first, let's take a second and talk about what we're doing here. Now, of course, Michaela and I are working with Misfit Toys Industries and proud to bring the streaming solution to you via YouTube, this wonderful YouTube channel, which is connected to Rally4Vets, which is an organization designed to help disabled veterans. Now, disabilities for veterans come in many forms, and we're here to support any kind of veterans issue that we possibly can via this race. It is both an opportunity for them to show off their skills, to enjoy a little time on the track, and for us to plug a really worthy charity. Now, you'll notice if you go to Rally4Vets.com that there's an opportunity to donate there. You can also find one of these lovely scan squares. If you're just too lazy and don't want to type in www.rally4vets.com, you'll still be able to go to one of those scan squares if you're part of the newfangled technical world, which, sad to say, I am not.
And that is Rally4, the number 4 vets.
Very important that we
Yes.
get that down as well. Now, of course, Michaela is going to be working as our field reporter today.
Yes, I'm so excited. I'll be interviewing some, hopefully the racers, some of the pit crew, family, friends, and everybody who's going to be here to enjoy this event.
And I'm going to be up here in the booth all day long interviewing some of the race organizers, some of the folks that have come by as spectators, and of course providing play-by-play. Now, that being said, let me quickly bring up my machine here so I can make sure we're all talking about the same thing. There we are. And I'd like to go over some of what we've got in terms of the race itself. For example, this is not a traditional motocross race. This is what's called a track cross race. Now, as you can see on the screen, the track cross rules are a little bit different. If we could bring that back, the drivers will be running on a section of what's known as the Shenandoah Circuit. Now, the Shenandoah Circuit is a fairly complicated switchback circuit that you should be able to see on your screen here in just a moment, and we'll only be using the green sections. Now, the reason we do that is because we have some novice drivers and we have some more experienced drivers. So it kind of levels the playing field if you're a driver. If you're experienced, you don't have the edge necessarily because they've taken away a lot of those things that would put you at a competitive advantage over a novice driver. But we have levels of all kinds of skills and all kinds of drivers here today. So, in a track cross event, it's essentially the sprint element of an SCCA time trial, but the cars are going to be running about 30-second intervals apart. So, what you'll see, if you can look on your screen now, you might even see the beginning, it looks kind of like a dull gray area right now, but that's where the cars are going to be starting off and getting to start their timed runs. And then they'll, of course, come right down the backstretch where we'll have some footage of that. Then they'll come over here to the pit area to finish up, which is where Michaela will be with her very capable team bringing you all the sights and sounds. I've also been reliably informed that we have a fellow who's operating some drone footage during the runs. So hopefully we'll be able to get some of that exciting footage and bring it to you, as well as some, on-the-track flavor. I think that's about generally what we've got going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and we're looking forward to each and every moment of this incredible racing opportunity. Now, for those of you that have never had the opportunity to come out to a local track or do racing events, then you don't know what you're missing. I'm a traffic driver. I sit there and imagine myself in Daytona all the time, but until you actually come out to a racetrack and seeing how impressive the facilities here at Summit Point are and how challenging our drivers are going to have to work today, you don't really appreciate it. As you can hear in the background, we've got all kinds of engines revving. So I'm going to say goodbye to Michaela at this point and let you go downstairs and start getting some of that.
Yeah, see you on a little bit.
Delighted to have you. Now, Rally4Vets is an organization started by founder Robert Hess, who is a veteran himself of many, many years. And he found that this opportunity to express through racing and the racing-related activities was a good way to reach out to a lot of his buddies that had served with him. Mechanics, of course, are an incredible part of working in the services, whether you're in any branch or not. So racing kind of a natural outgrowth of that kind of activity. And we're very proud to be here today to support it. It's a beautiful day out here. We're expecting weather somewhere in the neighborhood of up to 70 degrees, which should give us good track conditions and make it very easy for our drivers to be able to run the course with good times. Now, eventually, this race will come down to who's the fastest. But because it's a track cross event, it's not just who's the fastest. It's who's the fastest in their class. Now, that could be the class of experienced drivers. It could be the class of novice drivers. Our scorekeeper, whom you can't see, Trey, the man behind the computer on the other side of me, is waving at me to tell me that he's got all the scores coming in and the updated action as it comes along. So I will be occasionally laughing at my partner Trey as he gives me funny faces and the information we need to run the race. So that, generally speaking, is what we've got going on here at Summit Point Raceway. I am Scott Ford. You'll be getting periodic updates from me, as well as the current broadcast as things go along. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute pause while we get ourselves organized and reorganize ourselves for broadcast down on the track, and we'll be back to bring you all the action as it comes along. Thank you so much. Please stay tuned here at Rally4Vets Central. We're so happy to have you. race fans. Again, I'm Scott D. Ford, your play-by-play commentator, and we're just getting the day started. As you can see from the increasing light around me, dawn has finally decided to greet us here at Summit Point Raceway, and we couldn't be more excited. The track cleaners are out making sure that the track is currently free of obstruction, and they'll begin to run some warm-up laps here shortly. Now, on your camera, you should be able to see two different remote camera positions we've got. There we are. We've got the lovely Miss Michaela currently out there so that you'll have some sense of perspective. We do have 3 points of interest for you to watch today. The current area where Michaela is standing is what's known as pit road, and that's where the drivers will pull in, and they'll have the opportunity to receive their scores, of course, be interviewed by Michaela, be greeted by their wonderful friends and family and supporters that will come in. I don't take a moment to say that racing is not an easy sport. I know a lot of people think that it's just sitting behind a wheel and letting the machine do it, but in fact it requires incredible amounts of concentration, especially at high speed. And some of our novice drivers will probably be experiencing that for the first time. So as they get accustomed to the track in what's now going to be what's known as warm-up laps, you'll be seeing some of the drivers as they kind of get used to the skills that are necessary to drive a track. The second point of interest we have for you today is we have a skid pad currently out there that during the course of the day, several people will be learning how to drive in the skid pad. So you'll see some of them out there kind of doing the whole police training where they're driving along and it's a wet road and they'll be able to drift their cars a little bit. So we'll be bringing some of that action to you. In addition, we have the opportunity to show you the starting point and the finish point of the race. The reason we can't show you the rest is predominantly for safety reasons, because of course Shenandoah is an active track right now. There are hot track procedures in place to make sure that none of us, the broadcast team, nobody in the driver's pit crew or the drivers or the spectators themselves get hurt. So we aren't able to access certain parts of the track just for safety. So we'll be bringing you as much of the action as we can. This will include periodic and regular score updates, so that if you have a favorite driver or if you're supporting a particular team, you'll be able to know exactly what's going on. Trey, you have an update for me?
Caleb's ready with an interview.
Now, we've got one in the field ready to talk to Michaela Dodge, so let's kick it over. Oh, wait, sorry, live television, folks. Michaela is currently setting up an interview right now.
She's ready to do an intro if you want to bring her on.
Let's get her on camera.
All right, bringing you guys on in 5,
Nothing like live television.
3, 2.
I can't actually do it at the moment, but we're certainly happy to have her here in the field. I got one to interrupt the track announcer there. The track announcer is now called the last call for technical runs, technical inspections, and this is the beginning of the final stages of the pre-racing cycle. Actually have cars going on the track. So we'll be back in just a moment. I'd like to just do a quick time check with Michaela and Vince to make sure we've got all the interviews we could possibly really also. Give me just about 60 seconds and I'll be right back. Thank you so much.
all the cars throughout the day. From what I understand, last year they had about 12 racers, and this year they have got triple that number, which is very exciting. So there's going to be lots of racers here today supporting such a great cause. There's cars over here getting registered, racers getting signed in. Pretty exciting stuff. Thanks, Scott. This is Michaela down here at Summit Point Motorsports Park. And as you can hear, engines are revving up behind me. And everybody is excited to get ready for today's race. Over here to my right, we've got racers that are getting set up, registered, and they're doing their trial runs around the course. We're right here in the middle of the action, as you can hear. So we're excited to be able to bring you into the middle of the action through our live stream today. So as I said before, racers are getting registered and doing their test trials over to my right. And then soon we'll be getting started with the races. Once the races get started, Scott and Trey will be bringing you all the statistics and standings from upstairs. But I'm very excited to bring you all the action from right here in the middle of it. And so we'll be interviewing racers, pit crew, family, and friends throughout the day. And we're excited to be here. Sending it back to you at the studio.
And I'm back again. Thank you so much, Michaela. As you can hear, the engines are a little loud and things are going to be a little hit or miss. We're trying to find the best possible opportunities that we can to bring you the interviews that we need to. But it is certainly an exciting day here, as we've had the opportunity now to see some of the drivers hit the courses. You can see behind Michaela that we've got several colorful drivers that have already showed up. And the exciting thing about them is that these are, of course, regular people, not professional race car drivers. They're all veterans who've served their country, and we're happy to bring them this racing opportunity. So this morning, what we'll be doing is beginning to run the circuit of the Shenandoah course in one direction. And of course, this will be their first run, and it will be timed. And it's not the only way that they will score. They'll run about 30 to 60 seconds staggered apart, so you'll see them as they each leave and then receive their timing. Once they come back, that will be the first part of the raceway. Then during lunch, we'll have a little parade road. We think we're going to be able to get Michaela onto one of the trucks to give you an idea as to what the rest of the track looks like if you were actually on it. Then in the afternoon, they'll be turning around and running the track in the opposite direction. Hopefully by then, track familiarity will have kicked in, and we'll have an opportunity, especially as the day warms up, for drivers to increase their times, and hopefully that's when we can begin to see some of the scores really change. We will, of course, have leaders in individual track time. We'll have team leaders. We'll have all the results as they come in for you. Our spotters and scorers are currently working as we see. Now, for those of you that don't know anything about Summit Point Raceway here in beautiful Summit Point, West Virginia, I recommend that you go onto Google and take a look at it. They've got 3 different tracks here, and they're happy to serve folks of all kinds. And while you're in the mood and on the internet, don't forget to go to Rally4Vets.com and make a donation. Again, I cannot tell you enough that this entire event is designed as a way to both raise awareness and provide support to veterans who've served their country honorably, and we'd like to provide them that both financial and emotional and activity support that's so necessary for a fulfilling life. So we're happy to be here for it.
Everybody down into the classroom in the middle of the building. This means you.
Well, that announcement means that it's time for the mandatory driver meetings.
Come on in, everybody in the building, please.
Where they will be receiving their full instructions on how to run this track cross event. Now, again, you'll have the opportunity as the screens roll by to see on the graphics how track cross runs and how it's different from a traditional SCCA sprint event or a track or NASCAR or other kinds of events. If you're only familiar with NASCAR, then you're probably going to enjoy this broadcast because it'll show you a different side of regular car racing or stock car racing. It's a gorgeous day here. We're expecting some very fast times on the track, and we're looking forward to bringing you all of those events. Now, the actual racing will start up here in about an hour, and we'll have the opportunity to bring all of that to you. You should be able to see the beautiful return shot where they're coming down through. I'm going to make a quick note to my tech team. If we could get remote camera 3, the one on the starting line, turned to avoid that sun, that would be awesome. We're getting a little sun flare in that camera.
Okay, yeah. All right, thanks.
But apparently the tech team's already on it and they're way faster than I am. Yay! It's on that end. Yep, it's just there. We, of course, are bringing you this live on YouTube so that you'll have the opportunity to view it as if you were here yourself. You have the opportunity, of course, to comment, chat, and ask questions of us. I can't promise a response in real time, but we'll do our best to deliver you any kind of answers that we possibly can. Now, for those of you who are unfamiliar with racing, obviously it's an automobile race. It's about time on the track and being able to maneuver the turns. It's more of a rally style event so that the cars actually won't be competing for position on the track, but they will be competing against time, which of course is perhaps even a more stringent measure because time, of course, is not something that can be lied to. The stopwatch tells the tale of the tape and always will. I'm looking at the track now and I can see that we've got beautiful conditions for racing. The drivers are in their mandatory safety meetings now and we'll have the opportunity for them to receive their briefings. For those of you who are looking for something to do, please hop on over to Rally4Vets.com. That's Rally4, the number 4, Vets.com. And you can see previous videos of some other track events as well as information on the 401(c) registered charity that is Rally4Vets.com. We also have the opportunity to look up some of the information about the founder, Robert Hess, whom I hope we'll have the opportunity to interview as the day goes on. Going to be a fun day of racing, and we're looking very forward to it. It's going to be a beautiful, approximately 70-degree day here, and we expect that things will move along with dispatch. Please forgive the advertisement for coffee. It's very early in the morning, and we've had the opportunity to be here to go so. Be a number of different kinds of cars here today. We have some cars that are more traditional sports cars, your Porsche 911s. We've had the opportunity to look out and even see that somebody will be racing a Tesla. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Traditional internal combustion engine versus an electric engine. We've had some speculation that the Tesla may run very hot because, of course, it's an electric engine and gives it a small advantage in terms of its weight to thrust ratio going out onto the track. But I can't wait to see how it goes. I know that we've got some very, very interesting folks who have terrifically interesting stories lined up. I think they're all currently waiting to get all their track information and get the racing up and done. We'll have the opportunity to speak to them as time goes by as well. So don't forget to go to Rally4Vets.com and check it out and see if you can make a donation. Some engines running now. I'd like to make just a couple of quick programmatic announcements vis-a-vis the schedule. The schedule that was listed to us, it's listed on the graphic, unfortunately has already at this point become a bit outdated. Schedule updated is now going to include skid pad times in the afternoon, which will be running in segments from 1 till 3 o'clock. So you'll have the opportunity to see that. They'll also be running in the morning from 9 to noon. So there will be a total of 6 individual skid pad opportunities. And sadly, this time there will be no Willing Warriors participatory event. It didn't match the schedule for what we had, so unfortunately it is one of those things that we'll be pulling off. This is the second Rally for Vets, from what I understand. We couldn't be more pleased to be bringing it to you. It's going to be another beautiful day. We'll have the opportunity to get out on the track. You can see some of the maintenance crew out there right now beginning to prep the track. Rally4Vets is, of course, a California-based charity, and we know that they serve veterans all over the country, and we're proud to be on the East Coast for this, our opportunity to race over here. Trey, have you ever been to a race course race before?
I have not, Scott.
so that you'll be just like the rest of our audience. You'll have the opportunity to experience racing up close and personal. It's noisy, it's loud, and it's really good. Well, yeah, come on over. Let me introduce Trey, who's our broadcast guy. We'll go ahead and bring on some of the members of our team. This is Trey Piper. He's our engineer.
Howdy, folks.
He's the man who pokes in all the miracles, the ones and the zeros, and makes things go.
Oh, please. I just press buttons the Betterment code.
He says that, but he's still the genius that works. Now, Trey, I'd like to talk to you about some of the things that we're doing that are different for this race event than you might see in other race events. We're a small outfit, but we'll be using 3 remote cameras
Yes.
so that we have the opportunity to bring you action from different points on the raceway, as well as live feed from Michaela. So she'll have the opportunity of introducing those. Now, this is all being done via the magic of wireless.
Yes. We're using, out in the field, we have 3 wireless Logitech Mevo cameras. And then here in studio, we have our Ordo camcorder, which is what you and I are looking into right now.
Yep.
And it's currently stealing our souls, of course.
Absolutely, as all cameras do. No, they don't steal soul. But for those of you that are interested, this is one of those things that is part of the modern era, so we should be able to bring you more access to programs like this that are local in nature and somehow just don't fit on ESPN 8, the Ocho. Thanks, Trey, I appreciate all that.
Of course.
Come on back at any time. I can hear that they're getting ready to move themselves into racing position, so we'll kind of get ourselves here into our coverage shot. It's a beautiful day here. And we'd like to thank you for spending some of the time watching the race day broadcast. Whether you're a veteran yourself, a supporter of veterans, a family member, you know how important their service is, and we certainly couldn't do it without them. And we're very thankful to be here. Thanks again to Rally4Vets.com, the number 4, Rally4Vets.com. Don't forget that you have the opportunity to check that out as well. Oh, goodness me, sorry about that. Let me quickly bring that volume down so that we're not troubled by that during the course of the day. And it looks like that everything is getting itself set. Oddly enough, this is an event for all ages. I understand we'll have some children in attendance at the event so that they'll have an opportunity to get exposed to motorsports and enjoy the enthusiasm that goes with both motorsports and supporting veterans as they come home. We're looking forward to the opportunity to see all of this in action. And hopefully, we'll get everything that we can possibly bring you. So, we're just waiting for the results to come out, the drivers to come out of their drivers meeting, and then they'll start getting into their cars and launching. Does Michaela have her interview lined up?
Well, the drivers are in meetings.
Oh, drivers are in meetings, of course. Oh, so it's just me, lovely me, that you get to talk to. Well, that's all right. It's a beautiful day here in Shenandoah, Virginia, or somewhere outside of Winchester, Virginia, and Summit Point, West Virginia, which is where the raceway is. Man, coffee is way needed. These are, of course, stock cars. They have not been modified with racing accoutrement in any way. Most of them are simply the cars that folks are driving around. Some of them, of course, do have dedicated cars that they like to bring to events like this. But I'll be honest with you, we've seen just some regular old folks coming up, which is great because it's so rare that real folks, normal folks, get an opportunity to do the excitement of auto racing. I myself have had the opportunity to watch many a great race on television, but never get behind the wheel and actually do any organized racing. So to provide an opportunity like this for our veterans and for the folks that have the chance to get behind the wheel and drive, even the tourists that'll at the noon hour take a parade on the track, will have an opportunity to feel the thrill of being involved in motorsports. It's a curvy track, so we'll see the opportunity for the scores to really handle, really adjust because of that. It's a challenging track. If you're looking at the track graphic on the web right now, you'll see that it has a number of hairpins. And if you know anything about auto racing, you know that how you handle the hairpins seconds, the turns, is more important than how you handle the straights, because when you're going straight, all you want to do is put your foot on the gas and just go, go, go. So it's going to come down to how do folks handle the turns. And that's why we've selected the Shenandoah course for this year's Rally4Vets race, so that the drivers will have both a little bit of a challenge as well as a good racing experience. We're looking forward to it, and I know that it should provide some very, very eventful racing as the course goes by. Now, you might wonder, is this idiot going to chatter all day long during the course of the racing? Probably, but I'll try to keep my chatter down to only the relevant and interesting points during the course of the race. So if you see me looking off to the side, it's because I have a fairly unobstructed view of the track, and I'm able to see a couple of minutes in advance what's going on. Summit Point Raceway is, of course, a fully licensed and qualified racing facility in the state of West Virginia. It does have various safety rules, one of which today is that no one under the age of 18 will be allowed on the track, except as a passenger on selected times. It is a hot track, so if you're coming out here to Summit Point, West Virginia to enjoy the racing, let me repeat to you, it's a hot track, meaning no one is going to be allowed near where the vehicles are actually running. However, the pit area and the skid plate will be open for the public. We also have various viewing areas, including some light refreshments available, so that you'll have the opportunity to come and enjoy the race in peace and have fun. Because that's what it's all about. It's a beautiful day here at Summit Point, and I can't believe that we've lucked out with the weather that we have. Now, I don't know where you at home might be, but it is, of course, late October here in Virginia, and late October in Virginia is normally stormy, gray, and windy, and we have been getting the most beautiful possible day. There isn't a cloud in the sky to darken our horizons or slow down any of the racing activity. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with racing, let me just say that it is affected by temperature. Temperature today is going to be 66 degrees, which will provide for a warming track. Oddly enough, when you're racing, the best grip that you'll get is going to be on a cooler track. So the early morning may provide the faster times. However, in the afternoon, as it's only 66 degrees, we may not have any kind of loss of grip or slippage. The times may be really fast because, of course, it's only 66 degrees, which may avoid some of the oleation or the oiling of the tires, which might make things slick during the course of a race. We're also happy about that because that would mean that it doesn't provide any safety issues during the course of the race. Thank you very much, folks in chat who are letting me know that our signal is coming across. If you're sitting in behind the camera, sometimes you never can tell. I appreciate you telling me I look good this morning. I ran out of that hotel room at about 5 o'clock, and I'm just so excited for the race. I got to tell you, I'm not particularly concerned about what I look like. I'm here for the racing. I know everybody else is too. So if you get a chance, come on down here to Summit Point and join us on a beautiful race day. I know that the veterans would appreciate the support, and I know that you're going to have a beautiful day. It looks like things are wrapping up nicely here. The track is apparently clean and no obstructions. Looks like we've got a really fast track out there today, and I'm looking forward to some very, very good racing. Now, we won't be seeing any traditional overtaking in the races that will be run today because, of course, they'll be running, like I said, 30 to 60 seconds staggered apart. This is done for safety. I know that a lot of folks watching NASCAR or Formula One or any of the other racing love to watch the cars as they're all bunched up and moving around the track. That's actually a danger for novice drivers. It's a danger for the drivers themselves when you're even an experienced driver. So what we're trying to do is reduce that so we can provide a really good racing experience. They will be running against the clock. It's a harsh mistress. No blinking, and we're hoping that we'll get that underway here quickly. The starters are out. I can see them getting themselves ready. I can see the timing crew getting themselves ready behind us. The timing will be done by computer time, so we will be able to measure it down to the nanosecond and be able to bring you that action and the results themselves, because that's the nature of racing. It's not just about time. It's about literally sometimes microseconds on time. And on a track this extensive, we should have very close runs, one behind another. It's a quarter mile from what I understand that they're going to be running. And while challenging, it still should provide an opportunity for each of the racers to put down a base time, and then in the afternoon have something to beat so that they would be able to get a better opportunity to increase their score. The combination of those two scores, depending on your category, will be the results. Results are going to be awarded at about 4 o'clock this afternoon. So if you don't want to stay around for the whole race day, we're going to miss you. But please be sure to tune back into the award show at about 4 o'clock this afternoon so that we can reward the racers for their hard work during the course of the day. Forgive my coffee. Hello.
Hello, so I have someone else for you. This is James Purdue.
And I'll be right back and we'll continue to bring You play-by-play. Now we've got a couple of the interviews that we've started lined up for you. We're going to go to Michaela down in the field right now to interview someone, and I'll speak with the track owner here in a moment so we can get a better feel for what's going on. Michaela, take it away.
All right, you guys are on in 3, 2, now.
I'm here at Summit Point Motorsports Park, and we're in the middle of the action. I am here with Tony, who is a part of the crew today helping out, and who is also a veteran himself. Thank you so much for your service, Tony.
No problem.
So can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing here today and how you helped and got involved?
Yeah, this is my second year actually supporting this mission. I got involved because my girlfriend was involved, and she introduced me to her father, and he told me what the mission was. I'm a veteran myself, so I believe in the cause, suicide awareness, and just joined right in.
That's great. So what is your favorite part about being involved in all of this?
I like the logistics actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not really a car guy, but I love the cause and I love supporting Robert and his mission. I like handling the back office and making sure things happen.
Great. And so you were here last year. So can you tell us a little bit about what happened last year and then looking into today as well?
Absolutely. We had a great turnout last year. This year we have actually doubled, almost tripled the participation. That's excellent. Last year the weather didn't really cooperate with us early in the morning. It was a little wet, but this year it's perfect. So looking forward to the times to be much better than they were in the morning last year.
Great. And you said that you got involved because of your girlfriend, of course, but also is there anybody else that you would like to mention as well and thank for being involved in all of this?
Oh, absolutely. Jody Hess, she's another volunteer, and she's dedicated a lot of time to the process, to my girlfriend Monique Hess and Robert Hess, the president and founder of the organization.
Great. Well, thank you again so much for your service, and we're looking forward to today, and we will send it back up to you in the studio.
Thanks a lot, Michaela. That was awesome. Now I'm sitting here with Edwin Pardue, who's the director of motorsports here at Summit Point Raceway. Hi, Edwin.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm excited to be here. This is going to be a great event.
We've been talking about it. A lot of planning is going into it. The part you can't plan for is what the weather does, and it's turned out to be just perfect. What do they call it? Chamber of Commerce Day at Summit Point.
It's a snapshot day.
It's beautiful.
I have spent more than 5 minutes sitting on going about the weather because I'm a native Virginian and now live in Maryland, and I know that the weather in October can be really challenging, and especially for something as technical and well, frankly, a little bit dangerous as motorsports.
Yeah, and it's a wonderful thing because when we get these days like this, we just kind of like extra spring days or something. So we appreciate it, and you guys deserve a great day because of so many people behind the scenes putting all this together. A great group of sponsors behind a great cause, raising money for a great charity. So if the gods can help out and give us a good day, that's just a bonus.
It sure does seem that way, I'll tell you what. Now, Edwin, you here at Summit Point, you do more than just racing. You do training?
So it's a 365-day-a-year facility.
Wow.
In addition to the motorsports, it began as a motorsports park, and as it developed, they noticed, hey, we've got some days or we need to do some other stuff. It developed into training, and so now it is a Summit Point Training Facility and Summit Point Motorsports Park, and the two work very closely together to be sure we're maximizing facility usage. Some of the folks who train here also come and race on the weekends, and the racing part of it, the motorsports part of it has grown so much. That used to be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. In our busiest months, there's motorsports on track almost every day of the month. People coming out during the week doing other high-performance driving events, but the whole idea is to make the two work really well together. I think we've come up with a pretty good program.
And you have a beautiful facility here, let me say. I mean, you could handle everything from Formula One to NASCAR, it looks like.
Well, today's not a really busy day for us. We only have 3 tracks in simultaneous operation.
No, the 3.
We could do up to 6 separate events at the same time, but while we're having this event here, we've got a car club on one of our other tracks, and over on our other track, we have our accident avoidance, which is teaching not necessarily just young drivers, but tends to be a lot of young drivers, how to be safer on the highway. So those are 3 events, same day, all at the facility, 2 very much motorsports oriented, and 1 leaning on the training side. And it's a very typical Saturday.
Do you ever get a normal weekend?
New Year's Eve? Sad. But it's great. It's fun work. It's a lot. It's a labor of love for us. It's a lot of work, but when people come out and they have a good time, and you see them appreciate what you do, and I talked about all the folks it takes to put on an event like this. Then there's also all the people behind the scenes to put on a motorsports event. It's you saw the folks at the gate, the folks in concessions, the maintenance workers who are prepping the track and everything. So there's a huge team behind not only what we do here as a facility, but then what our event organizers do to put together an event. We have, one of our biggest events of the year is the Jefferson 500, which encompasses almost an entire week, and it's a huge vintage racing event. Now one of the biggest in the country, and if you could see just all the work from the organizers and other people behind the scene to put it together, it's amazing.
And that's really what it comes down to, is the amount of hard work. So let's take a moment and pause and give a round of applause to your team, because they sure have made it sparkle and shine here today. And I know we're looking forward to a great event. Now, you work with the general public in training. I'm assuming you also work with law enforcement and you hold special events. What else does this track do?
So, of course, we work with a lot of different government agencies, be they state, local, federal. We also have other government agencies. We also have contractors that are out here doing different pieces. So you've got that portion of the business as well. In addition to our motorsports, what we're trying to do, we had a community day here recently and had members of the local community come in. One thing we're trying to do is, for next year and beyond, expand some of our, I'll call them our fun events, outside of just the motorsports realm. So we're looking at some of those things, be it festivals. We just signed a deal. We're so excited. Next year, we're doing our first full-on bike race here. The folks from Trek Bikes have come on board, and it'll actually be on this Shenandoah circuit next year. So those are some of the things we're trying to step out of just that purely motorsports piece. And the idea is to, there's people around who love being our neighbor, but they say, man, we wish there were some other events that we come to. So we're looking at those, some other festival type events to just expand our offering.
And that's why I wanted to have you on, Edwin, is that, when you think about a traditional motorsports park, it's generally that most people in the public get only one mindset.
Right.
And in fact, you reach out to the entire community. You've gotten great support from the community, it sounds like. I know in our previous discussion.
Yeah, and we haven't done, I'll be honest with you, we haven't done maybe as good a job as we should have done. And here over the last year or so, as we got out of COVID, then we went to re-engage with the community. And, whether it's, I'll sometimes just pop into the local post office and say hi to the postmaster there. Whether it's, last summer, one of the churches was doing an ice cream social. We donated some ice cream. But there's also support that we give to some of the utilities in the town. Also some support through the years with Jefferson Library. So it's important to reach out to them. And then one of our big initiatives right now is all of our competitors, folks who come here, whether it's motorsports or training or our own employees, to remind people that this is our neighborhood. So as you're coming to the track and leaving the track, the racetrack is for the racing. The neighborhood needs to be treated like a neighborhood. We remind people all the time, because we want to be good neighbors.
Yeah, and as much as we love our local police, we do want them doing other things other than writing speeding tickets.
Absolutely. Well, and I've encouraged neighbors. Many people in town I've handed a business card out to, and I said, hey, if you see something in town that it looks like it might be somebody who coming from the track or to the track, call me.
Yeah.
Call me. We'll reach out to them. So that's just being a good neighbor.
Absolutely. And that's the most important thing when you run a business like this. It's an entertainment business. And we, of course, would encourage the community to be involved with some important raceway as much as they possibly can. Or if you have an event, don't forget you can call Edwin Pardue, the Director of Motorsports here, at some point, and he'd be happy to put an event together. I think you've learned in the interview that he's willing to talk to just about anybody that can help the facility.
It's important. I try to, during all these events, get out in the paddock, walk around, talk to folks, make yourself available, approachable. These types of events are so important, again, because it's reaching, I'll say a stakeholder, a consumer, whatever, that, as I said, we've already touched through some of our training programs. And so over the course of the year, we'll have several of these types of events where we can give back to those people who might have been a customer here at one point, and now at a different point in their life, we can give back to them in a different way.
That's amazing, Edwin. All right, so we'll wrap it up. I'll give you the last word. You want to say anything else to the folks out there?
Come and see us when you can, and if you've got any ideas, want to share some thoughts with us, you can find us, our website, Facebook, all the usual places. And Scott, thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank you, Edwin.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate your time,
Have a great day.
Thank you. We're looking forward to it. Back to you, Trey. Well, actually, it's back to me. Actually, you just stand up and walk off. We're fairly informal here.
Bye. You guys have a great day.
Just realized we didn't have Michaela set up in the cab. I got that. Don't worry about it. This is our version of motorsports, folks. This is where we move around, we race chairs around, and we talk to important and fun folks. That was Edwin Pardue, the director of motorsports here at Summit Point Raceway. If you need him, give him a call. He's a good man and a fine fellow. We've had a lot of fun working with him. So we're getting a little closer to our race events here. I'm going to take about a 60-second pause so we can do a programming update and get a better feel for what's coming up. I'll be right back in about 60 seconds. Thanks very much. Hey, welcome back. We have indeed heard on the PA that they're now calling the drivers out of their meetings and they're going to be moving into their cars to do their operational warm-up laps. Now, this is not one of those laps that's going to run at particularly high speeds. It's Yep. Now, instead of me talking, I'm going to send it down to Michaela.
Bring you guys on.
Thanks, guys. This is Michaela again down here at Summit Point Motorsports Park, right in the middle of the action today for the Rally4Vets race. I am here with one of the drivers, Rick, and he is driving number 94 today. And can you tell us a little bit about your history with the vehicle?
Well, back in there, about 2000, we bought the car from the dealer and stolen from the dealership and rode hard, put away wet. We bought it from the dealer up in New Hampshire, and it spent its whole life as a race car, and it's done a lot of events, the challenges, build it. And today I'm gonna attempt drive, so see what happens with it.
And is this your first time attempting to drive the car in a race?
No, I've spent a couple of years behind the wheel, and then got out from behind the wheel and started crewing, and it was more fun to crew and build the car and keep improving it than it was for me to race. So it's much safer for everybody on this side of the wall.
And what are you looking forward to today the most?
Just having a good time, supporting the effort. My good friend Paul Morconis from Radial Tire, they're one of the presenting sponsors. I got him to pitch into the effort. Veteran suicide is a terrible thing, and having been a Vietnam vet and being in a PTSD group, I understand what it's like. I know what it's like, and I fear for all the Afghan and Iraqi vets that they don't wait years like I did before they started to seek help. It's important to get out there and get the help you need rather than internalize it and ruin your life and other people's lives. So it's a great event, and I'm glad I'm here.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your service. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to seeing you race today.
You're quite
Thank you so
welcome.
much. Rick.
Hopefully that wasn't too bad. Nobody sees it.
That was great.
And we're back. I'm, of course, here with Jim Sullivan. Jim's our scorer for today. It's a highly complicated thing that I can't claim to understand, but you're here to tell us a little bit about it.
Well, what we do is we usually take the website scores, and then we put them in an Excel spreadsheet so we can sort them and filter them and find out which teams are ahead, which drivers are ahead, and plot their, within each lap that they take, we can plot their standings.
And they're scored solely on time?
Yes.
Okay. So, and in this case, I'm guessing that the microseconds are really going to be where the battle
That is correct, yes. You never know. It could be maybe a tenth or a hundredth of a second.
What's the closest race you've ever seen?
I didn't, I think it was 1/3 of a second last year.
Wow.
So, yeah.
What amazes me is that you've got the ability to time it down to that level.
Well, that's what they do. I mean, they time it automatically. It's like being in a horse race.
Right.
You know, everything is photo. There's photos out there. There's drones out there, and there's also mechanisms to time them as they lap.
Are you the regular track scorer?
No, I'm here as a volunteer.
Yes!
Yes,
Another volunteer, ladies and
just
gentlemen.
my volunteer.
This entire race, Rally4Vets.com, don't forget that you have the opportunity to donate to Supports and Vets, is run on volunteers who are giving us their time, just like Jim Sullivan here. So Jim, thank you so much for the few minutes. I appreciate the opportunity. We'll kick it back off to camera here, and we'll get our racing started here in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, race fans. Scott D. Ford here again to bring you all the excitement. Now you can see on one of our cameras that we've got all of the drivers lining up for their orientation lap. Now it may not sound like it's something that needs to be done particularly, but it gives the drivers a chance to familiarize themselves with the track. Now, if you're looking at the track, thank you, I can see that you are, on the screen, that you'll see that there are a couple of really hard hairpin turns, switchbacks, that should slow down the drivers, but if you're not familiar with them and how to handle them, it can certainly affect one in the race. So we'll see at this point a line of cars, as you can see right there at the starting gate, and they will go one right after another in a kind of a slow parade around the track, so that you'll have an opportunity to kind of get a feel for what it looks like when it's going at slow speed, and then of course when it goes into higher speed, you'll be able to know what's going on. Now I understand that Michaela has got another interview so that we can have a little more opportunity to get some of the local flavor. Get some of the local flavor of the fever for this race. So we'll kick it over to Michaela. Michaela?
5, 4, 3, 2.
Hey there, Michaela here again at Summit Point Motorsports Park, and we are in the middle of the Rally4Vets race. All the racers are lining up now to do their test trials. You hear that revving in the background. And I am here with Ava, who is the daughter of one of the racers today. So Ava, can you tell us who is racing today and how you're related to them?
My father, Adam, is racing today. He's racing a 2015 NC Miata.
And is this the first time that your dad is doing a race?
No, he's done a couple of drag races in his Challenger. This is his second race for the Rally4Vets.
Great, okay, perfect. And your dad is a veteran?
Yes.
Wonderful, we will thank him so much for his service. What is it like to be the daughter of a racer? How do you prepare for that?
I think it's really exciting. I also race myself. I'm too young to race this year though. He's going to be 18 and I'm 17, but next year I'm definitely going to be racing with him.
Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. So you're a racer yourself. How long have you been doing racing?
Just this year. I just started this year. I just recently bought a Subaru BRZ, so that's what I'll be bringing next year, so I'm super excited.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Yeah. And so do you know how long your dad has been racing for?
I would say about a year and a half, 2 years, so he's still pretty new, but...
Oh my gosh. And so what's your favorite part about racing?
Just like the excitement and like when you're actually racing, like it's so fun. I love going fast. I do love doing that.
Do you like to go fast?
Yeah.
That's awesome. And how do you feel when you're watching your dad race?
I feel really happy for him because he loves to do, and I'm just so excited for him. And I just want him to do his best, and I want him to have fun.
Oh, well, I'm sure he is just as proud of you as you are of him. That is so exciting. And thank you so much for being here today. Good luck to your dad, and we'll send it back to the studio. Thank you so much.
Today, live audio and video of today's events. You're going to watch along or pass the link on to someone who's not here with us this week, and that link is bit.ly.
Thanks, Michaela. That was outstanding. You know, we have the opportunity to bring you some of these wonderful characters that are here at the track. Please join us here at Summit Point Raceway if you can. Come on down and enjoy the racing events and support the vets at Rally4Vets.com. That's Rally4Vets.com, where you can have an opportunity to review the charity, get some information, and of course make that all-important donation. And of course, don't forget, if you're just lazy, use the little QR scan code and that'll take you right where you need to be. Now, as you can hear from the track announcements, things are beginning to hot up here at the track. So we'll have an opportunity to begin to see some of the racing that's scheduled to begin here in just about half an hour. I know for myself, I'm terribly excited to see how well these veterans run. This is the second year that the event has been held, so we have the opportunity to see some folks with some previous experience from last year's race come back and hopefully get another opportunity to do better this year. So we'll take this opportunity to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be bringing you more of all of that racing action. Don't forget, though, in the interim, if you have the opportunity, to please go to Rally4Vets, VETS.com, and check it out, make a donation, leave a comment, and find an opportunity to volunteer. The big thing in helping veterans is to get involved. Because they were involved to protect our freedoms, we'd like to be involved to protect their home life and help them in their adjustment home. So remember, that's Rally4Vets.com, and I'll be back in a minute to bring you more exciting race action. And welcome back. As you can see from the monitors, we've actually got some of the racers out on the track now doing their orientation laps. This will give you an opportunity to see the wide variety of vehicles that we've got competing. Of course, some of them are traditional sports cars, some of them are more non-traditional sports cars. And what you're seeing now is that they depart from what's known as the pit area, where they will begin to set up and then take their timed lap. Beautiful shot there. I really want to compliment our crew for having gone out of their way to get such lovely, lovely footage for us. As they start on down. And, oh yes, my crew chief is right now complimenting himself and the crew that has done such outstanding work. Great job, Misfit Toys Industries. Really appreciate the good work that you're doing. And the racers are on the track now. As you can see, some of them are taking a more casual attitude, while some of them are a little more disciplined and focused. The first couple of drivers I saw as they were heading around that hairpin down there were really putting the pedal to the metal and giving it an opportunity to get some gas, get some good racing experience underneath them. The other folks seem like they're kind of waking up to it all, which is just fine. It is a casual drive intended only to familiarize themselves with the course. We have a number of spectators out here today, so if you hear a little bit of excitement in the air or the cameras get knocked and jostled a bit, please understand that it's live television and we're doing our best to bring it to you the only way we know how. Looking forward to it. I don't know that there are any favorites on the course today. The previous winner, of course, may have the opportunity to get out there. I'm seeing some beautiful Corvettes. I'm seeing, of course, there's the Rally4Vets Miata right there coming around the corner. Of course, that car is featured predominantly in most of the advertising and the backgrounds that we use here because it's seen a lot of action in the Rally4Vets service, both on this coast and on the west coast. Robert Hess is tireless in out there trying to drum up support and find new ways that he can help his fellow veterans. He himself is retired a lieutenant colonel in the Army after 20 plus years, and then after doing that decided that he would come to community service by helping veterans. We're so happy that he did. And they're now beginning to come back around out of the hairpin turn. It looks like some of the drivers have managed to figure out, yep, there we go. They're getting a little faster going around those curves. The pace car is leading them out. I think you can see at this point that they're really beginning to get some speed. Number 56 caught my eye right away. Looks like they're having a good run. The white Corvette also looks like they've had an opportunity to really get a little bit of a head of speed going. Number 44 catches my eye there. Got a good run going, hugs low up the track. But it looks like mainly at this point that everybody's having themselves a really good time and that the race course is being explored in its fulsomeness. Now what will happen after this is that the race itself will begin in time segments starting at approximately 9:30. Those segments will go until all the racers have had an opportunity to run the course, and then once they've run the course, their scores will be tabulated and we'll of course bring those to you. In the meantime, please enjoy these sights and sounds of the track as we bring them to you. And I'm Scott Ford, and I'll be back with more commentary as soon as we've concluded the warm-up laps. In the meantime, please enjoy the view of the cars as they go around doing their orientation. We'll be back in just a couple of quick minutes. Thank you very much. Well, we've gotten some excitement here. The racers are now queued up and they've gotten through their orientation lap, and we're looking forward to them as they take the track now. You should be able to see on the cameras that we've got a lot of action down in both pit road as they're leaving. Yep, there they go. And they're beginning their timed runs at this point. Now, they'll be scheduled out about every 30 to 60 seconds. Again, this is done for safety because we have a cross set of skills when it comes to the drivers. We have some novice drivers and we have some more experienced drivers. But either way, the curvy track of the Shenandoah course should even it out in terms of the skill set, so that the drivers should be turning in competitive times one to another. And we're very happy that they've gotten started. Now, it looks like some of them are really beginning to kick it on the straightaways. One of the other unique features about the Shenandoah course is those long straightaways. In addition to the curves providing the challenge for the drivers and their skills, the straightaways allow them the opportunity to really kick it into a high gear and improve their scores as they're coming around by their time. But it looks like right now everybody's getting a good start. They're taking a nice approach to the track. All of the drivers seem to be still, just from my point of view, and maybe it's just me, a little hesitant as they approach that first turn, but we'll see if they get a little braver as they're coming around the second turn. Meantime, at this point, why don't you take a couple of seconds and enjoy the action of the track, and I'll be back here in just a minute to comment further. And of course, let's not forget, the wonderful Michaela will be bringing you some more of the wonderful personalities around the track. So go to Rally4Vets.com, that's Rally4Vets.com, and enjoy all the action. Don't forget to make a donation. I'll see you in just a couple minutes. Welcome back. The racers are on the track and they're really getting some very good times out here. Our spotters have indicated that so far some of the cars that we've really enjoyed watching are the red Porsche, the white Ford Mustang, really attacking those turns. Again, so far it seems like, and it's probably just because the race is early, as you can see as the silver Honda goes around, that they're getting a little cautious approaching turn 1. Now that's the hairpin. That's the most dangerous curve on the track, so I don't blame them for it. But you can certainly see that as certain drivers have had the opportunity to get out there, that they're really more aggressive in attacking that turn. And as they come out on the return, take for example this beautiful black Mustang, I'm thinking from here, really put in a good performance. They've obviously gotten supported by a fairly large team. Some of our folks are coming in with sponsorship for their racing, and some of the folks, of course, don't have sponsors. Not sure that that's going to make any difference in the race results, but I am telling you that you can certainly see the difference in the drivers and how they can test the track. I'll take a moment and let you all watch as some of these beautiful drivers are going out now. Again, we have about 36 drivers that are going to be running in 2 different formats throughout the course of the day. We've had the opportunity here to see that they really are beginning to make some headway. If the silver Corvette makes its way around, nope, silver Mazda. Sorry about that, my bad. They're going to take their second turn. It is a Corvette. I'm a crazy man. I would have thought they would have taken that turn a little more aggressively, but it looks like they're attacking turn 2 instead of the return loop as they're coming around. But they're getting really good time. As you can see, the track is nice and sticky. I know that's not a technical term for racing, but they're getting good traction as they're making the turn. So as things go along, I think that's going to increase a pickup in speeds. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm thinking that the folks that have had the opportunity to start the run are probably going to be the ones that need to pick up the most as the afternoon goes on. Because, of course, if you're the first person out on the track, you are the one that's setting the pace to beat. Everybody else will have a chance to look up and look at your score and get a chance to improve on it, or to see what you've done and run the track a different way. But that's what the reason for having the 2 different tracks is. We'll be running it one way in the morning and one way in the evening. So if a driver has, say for example in this front turn, like that one there, been a little too hesitant going at it in one way, maybe they'll see it another as they come back out the other side. Either way, we know we're getting good track action right now, and we're looking forward to our first scores coming through from the scorer's table. Here comes the white Corvette around. Looks like they made a really good time. They come into that turn and do a nice job negotiating it. Oh, listen to that V8 engine as it goes roaring into the straightaway. I'll return you now to the sounds of the track and let you come back when I've got some scoring updates or some other news. I'll return. Meantime, enjoy the race, and don't forget Rally4Vets.com if you want to make a donation. Thanks so much.
Oh, so that's a cool shot. You have both of them.
challenger coming in here had a bit of a hard run coming around this curve the first time, but I can see that he's obviously taking a much higher, oh, little to the outside on that. Almost went off the track, but they're definitely picking up the speed, which means, of course, at this point that the scores are going to start coming in and really get some opportunity to see how well these drivers are doing. But I know just from the gallery we've got up here, the spectators assembled in attendance, and of course we here in the booth have been watching and listening at these great racers as they're really putting their skills to the test. So can't wait for some of those scores to come in. Looks like the Mustang GT took another high line to the outside and is kicking it in as we go into the first turn towards the hairpin. So once again, I'm Scott Ford, and I'll be right back as soon as other action occurs and more things happen. I would just encourage you to notice at this point that the track is beginning to heat up and the drivers are beginning to get some real feel for the track. Enjoy the race. number 67 all seem to be attacking the track really well. Now, that's just me taking an educated guess, looking through these old eyes with glasses on them. I can't wait for the scores to come in, but they won't come in until we've at least had one run from everybody. So don't be too anxious just yet. We do not have the capacity to do live time scoring right now. Hopefully, next year or so, as we continue to do these events, we might be able to do that. And that's where your donations come in. This is the second year that Rally4Vets has been coming around, and we look forward to another great year next year. But that's not going to happen if we don't get participation from you, the viewer. We, of course, are more than just a racing association. Rally4Vets supports vets all over America and doing all kinds of activities and all kinds of programs. So we certainly need your support. If you get the opportunity, head on over to Rally4Vets.com. That's the number 4, and make a donation if you can, so we can expand this program and provide more access to drivers, enthusiasts, and veterans everywhere that we have the opportunity. Now, Trey and I are not experienced motorsports enthusiasts, but by God, we have enjoyed watching this run so far. And of course, we're about to get the Rally4Vets Miata, driven by Robert Hess, our founder, to get out on the track and get a really good opportunity to start. I can see him in line. I don't think he's hit the track yet. Oh, there goes another favorite. As they're beginning to make it around. Now, we've had some interesting mix of vehicles. We've noted that we've had 3 Porsches. There's even a Ferrari out on the track, as well as the Tesla. So it should be an interesting set of scores that comes in. And of course, the vehicle itself is not necessarily as important as the driver behind the vehicle. And that's what we've been seeing in certainly some of the ways that the races have come out. We've seen just a couple of your ordinary, passenger cars that have come out, but their drivers are really, really good. Importantly, in racing, you want to make sure that you've got an open line so that you can accelerate into it as much as possible. And the turns, of course, make that very difficult because you've got to slow down, turn the wheels, and make it work. Now, this is a road course, so you'll have to turn left as well as right as you're making your way through the course. The Camaros and the Corvettes seem to be having a pretty good day of it today, especially on the straightaways. But I gotta say that the sports cars, the Porsches, the Ferraris, and some of the lower slow cars are easily having their way in the turns. So I'm hoping that that's where they're going to be making up their ground versus the straight performance of the big American muscle cars. Now, maybe you've got a favorite, maybe you like the straight line performance, or maybe you want to see some more rally action. Either way, we've got it for you here at Rally4Vets.com. Just holding on a little more, I want to point out when our founder's car has hit the track, because after all, he's the man that brought us this race and the opportunity to be here. So we certainly are grateful. We're looking forward to it. Looks like he's kind of still stuck kind of deep in the pack, so we'll bring it to you when he hits the track. Meantime, enjoy some more of the action, and you tell us which ones are your favorites. We'll be right back here in a bit. Thank you very much. there coming around that curve. Now, I'm bringing myself on at this point so that we can enjoy the coverage of that. But also, I'd like to point out that that's one of the things that's actually a bit of a danger here. Whether you've got an experienced driver or a rookie driver, this is no course that is just an easy cakewalk. These drivers are being challenged to the maximum of their abilities. And again, we've got skilled drivers of all different varieties. So I'm hoping that that was one of our novices, but they certainly recovered. That was an outstanding recovery, presenting no safety or danger issues on the track, but I'm pretty sure that that's going to impact their time. But it's a result, as I'm sure you can see, if you've been following the coverage on cameras, that the drivers are definitely getting more aggressive as they're coming into these turns. And that can be a good thing for the score, but it can be a bad thing sometimes for safety. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that the drivers know what they're doing and continue to practice the opportunity to provide safe racing. I'm getting some really good times out here right now. Looks like the Hondas have actually been turning some of the more exciting performances in the last few minutes. Here comes number 44 again. Or no, excuse me, 57. 57's been running hot, really coming in around that turn. Looking good. Looking very good. Running hard.
94 has safely made it back into the pit, folks.
And 94, the car that had the slight difficulty coming around that last turn, has managed it into the pit completely safely. So we're happy to report that the driver is safe. Please continue to enjoy the track, and we'll be back with more results as we have them.
That's for sure.
I'm not sure if he disconnected. We'll try again.
This is Michaela again here at the Rally4Vets, and I am here with one of the racers today, Adam. Adam is a veteran, and how long did you serve for?
6 years. I was Navy from 97 to 2002.
Thank you so much for your service. And how did you get involved in racing?
My daughter, who's standing over there, she said she wanted a Mustang, and I said, "Why would you want a Mustang?" And she said, "Oh, they're cool." And I said, "You know what? I like racing in video games. I've never been on a track before, so I bought a Scat Pack on the Dodge Challenger Scat Pack and raced that last year. And this year I have a Miata, so good for the track."
Nice. And what's your favorite part about racing?
Taking the turns and getting a nice heel toe and a nice exit, going back onto the throttle and not spinning out. It's a good feeling, a good turn.
And you have family members that are here with you today. I know we talked to Ava earlier.
Yes, we have Ava, and she's 17. She'll be racing next year. And then also Miata, who is my girlfriend, who's over here, and she'll hopefully do a parade lap.
Wonderful. Well, we're so glad that you're here today, and we wish you the best in the races.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Back to you in the studio. Great.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michaela. That was great. I think everybody has found that the Mustang is certainly one of the more popular cars out on the track today, but I gotta be honest with you, I think they're gonna get a run for their money from some of the other vehicles out there. Personally, I've got my eye on the Porsches and the Ferrari because I happen to be a European sports car lover, but that's just me. I suspect that it's going to come down to, again, just the driver against the track. And we are waiting for our first scores to come in. We'll continue to give you the flavor of the day. We're hoping to get an interview with the number 94 car because we'd like to know what happened when they did that little spin out. Was it something that they had on the track, or was it a problem with their car? We'd certainly like to know. I know you at home would like to know. And as soon as we know, we'll bring it to you. In the meantime, please enjoy some more sights and sounds of the track, and we'll be back when we have more news. coming back with you now just because we'd like to take the opportunity to highlight our founder, Robert Hess, in the white Rally4Vets Miata as he's about to take the track now. I know you probably just saw me down there at the starting pit and may not have been able to hear me, but by golly, I went down there just because I wanted to see the power of these things as they're taking off. And I gotta tell you, if you've never been on pit row in a raceway, then you have got an experience coming. To feel the raw power of those engines, to see the dedication of the drivers, to see the expertise of their pit crews as they're trying to get them ready to go on the track. It's truly an impressive thing, and quite a team sport. Now, the Rally4Vets Miata, of course, has traveled all across the country, raising awareness for veterans and veterans issues and helping out wherever it can. We're looking forward to having a really good run today. I believe he's just taken the starting line.
He's off.
And he's off and away, my spotter tells me. So we're hoping we'll see him as he's coming around. Certainly one of those rare, gorgeous days that you get in racing, especially in the fall. While a little nippy, it's still keeping the track cool, so our time should be hot. Here comes the Miata as it makes its first lap around. It's got a good line. It's high to the outside, coming on the curve. And just taking a good line to the inside. Looks like he's going to have a nice hot lap. Definitely did no braking, so he's got the opportunity to really put up a good score. Now, why do we choose Robert? We choose Robert because, of course, he's the sponsor of the event, but he's also an opportunity as an experienced driver, or certainly one of our more experienced drivers, to put up a really good score. So we're kind of hoping that he's sort of part of the pace to beat. And I know as the event host that he himself would be mortified if he was number one. So come on, racers, let's beat our sponsor. Meantime,
Robert coming in now.
Robert's coming into the pit. Looks like he's had a good run. He's smiling. He's pleased. We're very happy to have had him out there. We'll continue to bring you some more updates as soon as we have them. I'm Scott Ford. Please enjoy some more sights and sounds of the race.
warm up a little bit.
Yeah, it is chilly out here. And that's why we've been getting some of the results. And we brought Michaela back in because she's had the opportunity to be down in the field and see some of the more exciting moments we've had on the track. Now, if you were watching just this last couple of minutes, we saw one of the red Alfa Romeos, it looked like from here, having a little trouble negotiating the track. What did you see, Michaela?
Yeah, he came in pretty tight on that corner there just before the second hairpin, and then ended up coming in really tight and hitting one of the curves, going over the curb on the curve, and ended up coming back around, straightening up a little bit on the second curve, but that first curve, it was a little tight,
It looked to me like he was coming across sideways at one
Yes,
point.
at one point it was a little sideways, so yeah.
It was certainly some racing action that we are glad to bring you, but at the same time we're happy that it didn't result in any kind of anything other than just a loss of time for the driver.
Yes, no, the driver looked fantastic coming around the corner and coming in into the end there, so no injuries or anything.
And you've had the opportunity to talk to a young female, I understand, who's looking forward to racing here next year.
Yeah, Ava and her dad Adam is currently racing today, and he actually mentioned that Ava was part of the reason why he got into the racing, which is really exciting, but she cannot wait till next year when she's going to be old enough to register and race herself. So that'll be really exciting. We look forward to seeing her career and her future in this.
And that's where you see the real value of a program like Rally4Vets. It's an intergenerational contact point. I know that myself, being the child of a person who's had the opportunity to serve, and we've had the opportunity to watch our parents and get involved, and now to see the generational contract has been made to a young person who wants to take up the challenge of auto racing. God only knows what other challenges they might take up.
Absolutely. It's so exciting to see young people getting interested in things like this, and to see how excited she was and to hear how excited she was to talk about it.
Yep, and that enthusiasm comes from you folks, okay? It doesn't happen if we don't get donations and the opportunity to continue to produce programs just like this, where folks can get that connection and figure out that there is something that's really valuable in serving your community.
Absolutely.
And that's what we hope that you will find in watching this enjoyable program. It's community access to a racetrack, but it's certainly turning out to be quite a racing day so far. So don't forget, if you have the opportunity, remember, go to Rally4Vets.com and turn in your donation, or you can just be lazy and hit one of these scan codes and go from there. What are you looking forward to as the afternoon proceeds, Michaela?
Oh my gosh, I'm looking forward to seeing more of the action on the field, and I'm looking forward to talking to more people as well. Oh, we're hearing from our spotter that...
Ooh, 94 is about to take another track on the track, so be sure to watch the action on the track. We've got it here on monitors. He had a pretty good run last time with this small spin out. Well, let's hope he can avoid the small spin out as he goes around this time. So we'll go ahead and sign off from here, and we'll let the track action speak for itself. Hi there, we're back. Now, if you've been following the track action, you might have noticed the number 94 car. The 94 car went out just a couple of minutes ago and has not yet returned to pit road, which is unusual in a rally race. So we're wondering if the car is broken down or if there's some kind of issue, because they seem to have suspended the racers going out onto the track at this time. So as soon as we know anything, we sent Michaela back out into the field to try and find out what's going on with the number 94 car. We certainly have our fingers crossed that it's merely a mechanical issue that can easily be solved. We'll bring you the update as soon as we can. In the meantime, please enjoy some more of the sights and sounds of the race. I'm Scott Ford. Don't forget, Rally4Vets.com. Thanks. Hi there again, Scott Ford here, just to keep you up to date. We are confirmed to be under a starter's hold at this point. The starter has ceased sending drivers out onto the track while we resolve this small technical problem, which we think is with the number 94 car. We certainly hope there aren't people on the track, because there are people on the track. So if you're watching at home, please enjoy and know that the safety crew here at Summit Point Raceway are certainly doing their best to extract the vehicle, make sure that the driver is okay. We've heard no safety calls over the radios, so it doesn't seem like it's a medical anything. It's probably just a mechanical breakdown. And hopefully within a very few minutes we'll get back to the track action. Meantime, as soon as we know anything else, we'll bring it to you. Thanks so much. can see, the number 94 car has been retrieved. It looks like they had a small mechanical issue. Car seems to be running fine. Driver seems to be doing good. We'll be back to the racing action here now. I would like to remind folks that motorsports is indeed an activity that can lead to some difficulties. So we understand now that our spotters are telling us that the number 494 car is being towed. So sad to say, it looks like their racing day may be over. Certainly don't want to see that happen, but at the same time, we're glad that it's nothing more than a mechanical issue. It doesn't seem to be a safety issue or anything with the driver's health or anything like that. So fingers crossed, we'll be back to racing action here in no time, and everything should be going according to plan. Thanks so much. As we get more information, I'll keep you up to date.
Hey guys, it's Michaela down here in the middle of the action at the Rally4Vets race. So we have a little bit of an update for you. Car number 94, which I know you all might have seen the footage earlier, on the first round. Unfortunately, during the second round, there was some mechanical issues, and so the car was towed off the track. The racer and the pit crew are currently taking a look at the vehicle to try to get it figured out. So if you hear some revving and some popping in the background, that is what's going on here. We are keeping our fingers crossed for the driver and for the pit crew that they can get that resolved soon. The other interesting thing that we learned down here is if you see some of the vehicles that have their hoods popped, you don't have to be alarmed. It is not a mechanical issue. I learned this myself as we're learning new things here about racing, that the hoods are popped so that the racers can, because they're going extremely fast on this track and the cars can get over very, very quickly. So you see the engines that have their hood popped, they're just letting their engines cool off a little bit. And you can also get a cool look at them if you're up close. So we will send it back to you all in the studio, and we'll keep you posted on more information that happens down here in the middle of the action on the track, but sending it back to you guys up at the studio.
Back again one more time. We are really beginning to get some great race action out here, and in fact we've got an opportunity to speak to someone now, so I'm going to kick it down to Michaela. Michaela, take it away.
You guys are on in 5, 4, 3, 2, go.
Thanks guys, this is Michaela again here in the middle of the action at the Rally4Vets race, and I am with Ben, who is one of the official photographers for today's event. So Ben, this is your first time doing this event?
Yeah, first time at Rally4Vets.
Oh my gosh, that's exciting. So I'm sure you're looking to capture lots of images today of all the racers and everything.
Yeah, the cars, the kind of atmosphere, everyone kind of enjoying themselves and having a good time on the track.
That's fantastic. And so are you a photographer? Is that what you do?
It's more of a side business for me. My day job is biopharmaceuticals.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Okay. And so have you been to a race like this before?
Yeah, I come to the summit pretty frequently and take photos for different events and track times.
That's awesome. And so what does the turnout for today's event look like compared to some of the other events that you've done in the past?
It's a really big turnout. The driver's room is completely packed, which is, it's hit and miss on whether an event's going to have a lot of people or not so many, and people turned out for this one.
That's awesome. And so you do the photography, but is racing something that you've been getting into yourself?
Yeah, actually, I got my first sports car, so I within the first week got it on track, and so I'm hoping to get on more.
Oh my gosh, that's great. So how long have you been doing the racing for?
Literally this year.
Oh my gosh, so you're brand new at it. That's so
Yeah.
cool. Well, it's so great to get to talk to you about this, and thank you for being here to capture all the images from such a wonderful event. It's a beautiful day today, and looking forward to seeing all your wonderful images. Where can we find them later on?
So they'll be on the Rally4Vets page, but also you can find me on Instagram at the Hazy Ghost.
Perfect. The Hazy Ghost on Instagram. Alrighty. Thank you so much, Ben, and we will send it back to you all in the studio.
Thanks, Michaela. We really appreciate that. She's doing such great work in giving us the field interviews. If you get a chance, drop a little love for her, or even better than that, go on over to Rally4Vets.com and make a donation, because we're certainly here to do that. We're here to publicize this great racing event, and we're getting some great racing. Now, for those of you that may have been concerned about the number 9 car, our spotters in the field are telling us that it may have just been a fuel issue, and we're hoping that they'll be able to resolve that and get back out for an afternoon run to improve their scores. We certainly don't envy them the opportunity to have not completed the first part of the morning, but at least they'll be in. If they get a good run in the afternoon, they'll still have a chance to compete in the top for the scores for the winning circle. Winner's circle. Obviously, I haven't had enough coffee yet. We're about halfway through the first slate of races. Oh, and we're just seeing the Honda slip right there as it's trying to come out of that corner. It looks like as the drivers are getting a bit more aggressive, getting a little more used to the track, that we are indeed getting a bit more slip and slide than otherwise might be thought that would be occurring, but most of the drivers seem to be adjusting to it. For example, the Challenger coming into this corner here had just taken the opposite corner a moment ago a little too fast, and we saw some fishtailing. Now, I don't know if that's just the result of the tracks beginning to heat up, or whether it's the drivers actually beginning to get a little looser in how they run their cars, but it certainly is providing for a very exciting race opportunity. We know that we've seen the number 55 car run real well. Here comes the number 9 car. One of the favorites from us here in the booth. Number 9's been running really hot. Kind of depends on how they attack this turn. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the number 67 car. My bad. Oh, right over that hill. I think everybody can see as they're coming up around that left and just going into that hill that they're getting a little bit more slip and slide out of the rear end of the car than they would want. So I'm hoping that certainly each and every one of them will get a control over that. I don't know if it'll affect them running the opposite way this afternoon, but we'll certainly have the opportunity to take a look at it. I'm Scott Ford, and we'll bring you more race action as we have it. Thanks so much. Stay tuned. getting some action out here now. We've had the opportunity to watch almost every car run the track at least once, and we're getting to the final set of the first run, so we should start getting some scores coming in. One of the things that our spotters have noticed is that certain cars are running really good. For example, you might have noticed that the Red Bull Audi has been running really well, and in fact the spotters on the track are expecting it to break loose at any time because by now the tires are all warmed up and it's got a real good feel for the track. We're beginning to see that on a lot of the drivers. The number 44 Porsche is certainly out there. The number 57 Ferrari is looking good. We got a lot of the drivers that are making really good commitment. We wanted to say congratulations to both Robert and Monique Hess, who are both taking a lap now in the Rally4Vets Miata. I hope you enjoyed watching them out there. And we'll see which one of them, father or daughter, comes in with a larger score. And finally, if you ever get a chance and you go to a race like this, do take some time and notice the license plates that are on the vehicles. We've got some very colorful things. One person listed their phone number, another person listed high PTSD, and of course for humor somebody listed D's Nuts. So I indeed love good peanuts from the good folks at D's Nuts Company, walnuts, cashews, and all of that. But it's just so funny to see it on a license plate, and you don't get that often. The wonderful thing about an event like this is the personality that comes through from the drivers in the course of running the race. So with that being said, we'll let you finish up and enjoy the last of the first part of the runs. It looks like we got about another 25 or so minutes of the first run, and then we'll be heading to lunchtime action and get some scores updates. We'll bring them to you as soon as we can. I'm Scott Ford. Thanks for watching. again. Welcome back to Rally4Vets 2022. I'm your host, Scott D. Ford. We're about wrapping up the beginning of the first rounds this morning, and we've certainly seen some interesting racing. I would, however, like to address my inability as an announcer to recognize automobiles. I have called Porsches Ferraris, I've labeled a Ford Focus a Honda. Please understand, from up here, they all look about the same to me, and I'm taking my best shot. So you can laugh at me all you like, that's what I'm here for. I'm happy to be the clown prince of racing, so please just enjoy. If I get it wrong, don't worry about it. Meantime, let's go to somebody in the field who's got it right nearly every time, and that would be our field interviewer, Ms. Michaela Dodge. Take it away, Michaela.
2, 1.
We are back here in the middle of the action at the Rally4Vets race, and I am here with Carter, who is one of the racers today, and his father, Bert. Thank you both so much for being here. And are you a veteran or?
Girlfriend's in the Air Force.
Oh my gosh, that's wonderful. And are you?
No, I just support them.
Absolutely.
Without them, we wouldn't be doing it.
Absolutely, 100%. And so you're one of the racers today. How did you prepare for today's race?
Contents.
You're good. You're good.
You sure?
Yep,
Okay.
absolutely.
Well, came from NPA. And
Oh my gosh, okay.
came down last night, and I got done with work late, so we had to put everything in the trailer, get ready, and it was just crazy. And now we're here, and it's been a blast.
That's awesome. So what's your favorite part of racing?
Just a thrill, and like going fast.
That's awesome. And Bert, I've seen you out here. You've been so supportive of your son. And so what is it like to be the father of one of the racers?
Oh, I enjoy it. I used to race myself. I used to drag race. So, now getting him into it, and just being his support and helping him out and making him be a better driver and having fun with it.
Absolutely. This is my first time being at one of these races too, and it's definitely been a lot of fun and very exciting today. So you said this is your second race?
Second time, yep.
Yep. And
My first one was up Pocono Raceway in PA.
oh, okay, awesome. Yeah. Wow, that's very exciting.
Yeah.
So what got you involved with the Rally4Vets? How did you hear about it?
Mike came across it, and he's like, "We're gonna sign up for this." I'm like, "Okay, cool."
Yes, that's awesome. Oh my gosh. Well, what a wonderful team you both are. It's great to know that you have that support behind you. And what was it like being out on the track today?
Nerve-wracking because the tires weren't really sticking, and we were kind of fishtailing, but now it's pretty good.
That's awesome. Well, we look forward to the rest of the day here, and thank you both so much for being here. We'll send it back to you at the studio.
Well, thanks, Michaela. That was amazing. It's the opportunity to talk to these folks that are out here, most of them veterans, their families, just race enthusiasts, that really makes this event special. I'd like to remind everyone that this is the second annual Rally4Vets.com is the website that you can go to make a donation to continue to support programs like this. This is the second annual Rally4Vets. We're here live at Summit Point Raceway in beautiful Summit Point, West Virginia, and you couldn't ask for a more spectacular day for racing. We're really beginning to get some excellent results out here. We've even seen a couple of folks that have had some mechanical troubles, and we've seen some folks that have had some really good runs. So far, again, it still appears that the Red Bull Audi is the one that seems to be turning in some really good times. And of course, I'm not going to speculate on any of the others because it's already been proven that I can't tell one car from another. So, as we wrap this up, the next thing that'll be going on is our lunchtime here at Summit Point Raceway. Does that mean that we won't keep bringing you the coverage? Heck no. We'll bring you coverage all day long right up through the awards ceremony, which once again is scheduled somewhere after 4 o'clock this afternoon. So during the lunch period, what'll happen is that we'll be doing a small parade run. In other words, folks will be able to get onto the track, not running at track speeds, but led by a parade master, known as the Bam Bam truck, which is an Army Deuce and a half, that'll basically have the opportunity to ride around the entire track and give folks who aren't racers an experience for what it's like to actually be on a racetrack. Now, we hope to be sending our very own Michaela Dodge with a camera out onto the racetrack to give you an entire feel of what that looks like. We've also got the opportunity to bring you results now that they are beginning to be tabulated, and once we have those, we'll bring those to you as quickly as possible. And And then finally, also, the last thing we wanted to bring you at lunchtime blew out of my head right as I was thinking about it. So we'll be sure to make sure that we've got the results, that we've got the lap for you, and any other colors and sights and sounds before we begin the afternoon. I'm your rather addle-brained announcer, Scott Ford, saying stay tuned, and don't forget Rally4Vets.com to make a donation. Thanks, folks. can't see me, but look at these two wonderful people that we've met. We've got Lori here and Linnea from Veterans Moving Forward. And they work with service dogs and veterans, and we absolutely had to have them come on and talk a little bit about what it is that they're doing. Now, we absolutely love veterans, but tell us how your organization helps them out specifically.
We are a 501c3 nonprofit, and we train service dogs, facility dogs, and emotional support dogs for veterans at no cost to the veteran or their family.
Outstanding.
So, and each dog to train, it takes 2 years, it's between $40,000 and $50,000. And being a nonprofit, we get our money from events like this, donations, and grants.
Yep. And that's why it's absolutely vital that you go to programs like Rally4Vets.com and make a donation, or you guys have a website on your own.
We do. It's Vets Forward, VETS, F as in Frank, WD.org, vetsforward.org.
And there they can make a donation to help you guys out, because these wonderful service animals that help veterans reincorporate themselves into the normal civilian world are absolutely priceless. And I see that we've got a eager guy right up here. Linnea, tell us a little bit about hair.
Yeah, I'll try to get him. Can you come up into frame? Paco, I know, we normally don't teach you to jump. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, my girlfriend at home absolutely wants to see the dog.
Let's see if we can get you to come and frame a little bit more here. So this is Paco. He is our latest addition to our team. He's about 4.5 months old. He is a lab, even though his color may be deceiving. He is just a darker color variation they call fox red, and really in reality just a darker yellow lab. And he is this long-legged, lanky little boy that we hope, or not so little, big boy that we hope is going to be able to do mobility work as he gets older.
Oh, that would be great.
So we're getting more and more requests for mobility work for our dogs, where they need help with bracing, helping from getting up from the ground, even amputees, anything like that, and we need help fetching, grabbing things. Such like that, so that's what we're hoping that he has the potential to do if needed, if he fits for it, and if not, then he will do PTSD or other work, whatever they need our veterans may have.
Yeah, because we train for both physical and mental challenges.
Yep.
There are some that just do PTSD and do post 9/11, but we do all wars, and we do physical and mental.
Fantastic, fantastic. And I know that as a PTSD recovery person myself, the animals in my life have helped me a great deal. How long have you been doing this work?
So I started Veterans Moving Forward pretty recently, actually, just 5 months ago. I've been training dogs my whole life, horses and dogs.
Oh, wow.
So I'm still pretty new with the company, but I've been working with dogs for a bit. Lori's been with them way longer than I have.
Yeah, I've been since April of 2019. I'm the COO, so I'm the administrative side of what we do. But yeah, we're 12 years old. So we started in 2010, and then it was an all volunteer, and we did some restructuring in 2018-19 so that we brought on like actual staff instead of just volunteers, because somebody has to lead the charge.
Well, and it's also the mark of a successful charity.
Correct.
I mean, at some point you have to stop being a volunteer-only organization and bring on professional staff.
Correct.
Because the contributions and the resources made by the folks at home need to be spent as wisely and
That
as
is
efficiently
correct.
as possible.
That is correct.
And $50,000 for one service animal, that's a hefty price tag.
Yep.
So I know you guys are always looking for any kind of support that you can possibly
We are. So support comes in many ways. Support comes through dollars, which is the best way. But support is also getting our name out there, talking to people, inviting us to things to speak. Because the more people we talk to, the more people know about us, and the more we're going to find, people who want to do something for us. And then there's volunteerism. Always looking for volunteers.
Which is one of the things I was going to bring myself to, is if you can't bring yourself to a financial donation, don't forget that you can find a veterans organization, even if it's not Veterans Moving Forward or Rally4Vets or another organization. Volunteering your service is a way to pay them back for their service. So don't forget it. If you can't afford the money that folds, go ahead and volunteer your time. That's going to be very, very valuable every time.
One type of volunteer we're looking a lot for right now too is more puppy racers, people to help us foster the dogs during the weekends and evenings when they're not at the training center. So that's something we always need more of. So what we're bumping into now is we have dogs so we can train, we need more puppy races to be able to take on more dogs.
See, and that's something I would never have thought of, is that you need regular people,
Yep.
normal people,
Yep.
not necessarily animal handlers,
yep.
to just care for the dogs in between their training sessions.
Yep, and we will train you. We'll train you to handle our dogs, show you how we do it, just to make sure that everyone is on the same page, so the dogs get the same way of handling, both at home and at the training center. And then as well, they get to come with you on the weekends, and we do outings. We go out to grocery stores, we go to movie theaters. We will, like, trying this month now in November since Christmas market.
Hey, I was a single man.
Right?
I know what it's like. If you've got a dog, you're going to get a woman to talk to you.
Yeah, right? That's
So
the best
all
way
the
to do it.
single gentlemen out there, volunteer.
And the same, if you have time during the day where you may be working from home, you need a good little break, come in and help us walk dogs. So always appreciating that. So that way you get some nice fresh air. And
Now,
you get
where
to
are
hang
you
out with dogs.
located?
We're located in Dulles, just outside of the airport.
Oh, so you shouldn't have any problem finding
Yes.
people.
So if you have time and you want to come in and
Yeah, you would think that, but it's a very busy area. You know, it's two people working and they're on the go all the time and everything. So we do have great volunteers. We have probably about 50 of them that do various things, from administrative to everything. But there's always room for more. Because we can't do what we do with that. We only have 4 staff, paid staff. Everything else is volunteers. So our volunteers are what keep us going.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So the charity is, again, Veterans Moving Forward. It's relatively new. If you've not heard it, we're certainly proud to help them get the exposure they need. They work with service animals of all varieties for all wars.
Yes.
They're looking for all kinds of help, not just the financial donation, the money that folds, ching ching. Don't forget to go to their website, which is
vetsforward.org. VETSFWD.org.
absolutely. And you can make a donation, or even more importantly than that, sign up to volunteer. Ladies, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much for having us. It's a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye,
You did good, Paco.
Good boy.
Paco.
At the skid pad, and as you can see, one of the drivers on there is doing some really cool donuts. While this is happening, all the other racers are starting to come in. Yes. Yes, can you hear those tires screeching? Oh my goodness. Awesome.
Since 1933. Find out about this at www.dvn.org. Provides the best for racing, for helmets, neck protection, and more. Provides the kids technology in the industry to keep you safe on the track. Go to OGRacing.com to see a full list of their products. And for Disney Plus. Disney Plus streaming for everyone. Stream every single races to your favorite classics. To take a look at their catalog, go to Disney Plus.
Gosh. Interviewed earlier is currently the wheel of the car. Just
got dipped in there.
No, it's come on. Got like a little blow by oil all over me. I was wondering what that was.
Everybody's having lots of fun down here today.
think I finally got the thing working.
Alrighty. You can see all the cars. Let's take a little walk down here real quick. You can see all the different cars. Oh, you guys are great. We're having lots of fun. You can see some of the engines.
Speaking of Crown Vics, let's grab that one.
Yeah! Working our way down. You can see all of the cars. Some of them have their hoods up. Some of them have their engines showing so they can cool it off a little bit before the next set of timed races.
My turn.
You can see engine.
Well, it has certainly been an action-packed and exciting morning so far. Now, we're going to keep coverage of the skid pad and the track down there so that you'll have the opportunity to watch all the comings and goings. And we're even going to try and get Michaela, like I said, out into the parade route so you have the opportunity to see the truck. Now, we've been promised by some guys that are flying a drone nearby to cover some of the runs that they might even be able to bring us some of that footage. So the afternoon promises to be just as exciting as the morning was. I hope that you at home are enjoying this program as much as we are bringing it to you. We've had some great race action this morning, some thrills, some spills, some great chat. I gotta tell you, that dog was probably the highlight of my day. So, what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna invite you at home to go ahead and grab a little sandwich, grab a little lunch like we are here in the studio and here at the race course, and enjoy. And of course, we'll be picking up the racing action up around 1 o'clock. But in the meantime, we'll be bringing you coverage of the parade and the sights and the sounds of the race course. I'm Scott Ford, and I'll be back as soon as we have scores. Thank you very much. we're back again. I know it's lunchtime, but that doesn't mean we can't keep interesting things happening. We brought Bill along. Hi, Bill.
Hi, how you doing?
Doing fine. Bill's not only one of our racers. What car are you racing today?
I'm racing a 2017 Mini Cooper.
Ooh.
Clearly not the fastest car on the track.
No, but
That's
you've
all
been
right.
having some great runs out there.
It's a really fun day.
And I noticed with your shirt, you're also representing a veterans organization, Vet the Vote. Tell me about that.
Right, so I'm here representing the Vet the Vote Coalition. We have 27 veteran service organizations, plus several other civil society organizations in the coalition. And we're recruiting poll workers.
Nice.
Pure and simple.
To make sure that the American democratic experiment goes forward and continues forever.
That's right. Help your neighbor vote. Pure civics. Just get out there, and there's a huge national shortage. There's about 130,000 person shortage in terms of poll workers. And so we've only got a few days left for everybody to sign up through vetThe.vote.
That was what again?
vetThe.vote.
vetThe.vote. Absolutely.
Sign up. You'll be sent to your county level authorities. They will train you up, and you can go help your neighbors vote.
That would be awesome. And there's no better way that you can provide service for the veterans that did service to you. Go ahead and go to Vet the Vote and make sure that you sign up to be a poll worker. At this point, you can make sure that this great American experiment that we all love so much indeed continues forward and continues for generations.
That's right.
So that's amazing. Once again, is it vetthevote.org?
If you just type in vetThe.vote, you'll go right there.
Yes.
So our organization that's behind it is called We the Veterans, but the initiative is called Vet the Vote, and you can sign up right there.
Yep, and you don't have to worry about any of the political point of view because we're just here to make the process work.
That's right.
It's kind of like running a good, clean race like you've been having. What's your favorite part of the race so far?
Well, just figuring it out. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this, so it's been fun to watch my time drop every lap.
Okay, all right. We had noticed that you got off to a really hot start, and then it seemed like your second run out there, you were getting a little more conservative and then picking the pace up as you were going along. So you're having a good day. I can't wait for your afternoon run.
Me too.
That's awesome. Awesome. All right, vetThe.vote, and please get out there. Please, I can't tell you how important it is that we all have a good organizational effort to run a good, clean election. Phil, thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And thanks to Devin. This is an amazing event.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. Rally4Vets.com if you want to make a donation. vetThe.vote. Go ahead and sign up. Your service for those that served you. Thanks so much. We'll be back when we've got scores. some of the results coming in. Now, this morning's competition was tough, and we're not going to list out right now the individual drivers. But by service, we know that so many people are interested in the team results. So I'm going to do a little verbal announcement here. We'll type it up and we'll put it on the screen here in a minute. But let me go ahead and give you from bottom to top who's currently in the lead. All right, the last place service right now is the Coast Guard, currently running at 66.904 seconds. The Navy is doing, the Air Force is doing slightly better at 58.101 seconds. The Army is currently doing slightly better than the Air Force at 57.927 seconds. The Navy is doing slightly better than the Army, currently running at 57.440. So between Army's 57.927 and Navy's 57.440, it really comes down to microseconds. Currently sitting in second place is the Marine Corps at 56.363, and right now leading the pack is United States Space Force at 51.88 seconds. It's a really hot track out there right now, and the battle between the services couldn't be any hotter. We'll be bringing you the individual scores as soon as we get them, and we'll of course publish a text version of this as soon as we can. But we wanted to bring you the scores as quickly as we're able, so currently right now our hats off to the Space Force and our encouragement to the Coast Guard. Thanks very much. We'll be back as soon as we have more scores. Hi everyone, Scott Ford back here again at the race desk, and I do have some results for you. Now we've already given you the team results, and as you remember, Coast Guard is currently coming in the last position, and Space Force is currently in first position. There's a big battle between Navy and Army and the Marine Corps in the middle, and by golly, we're going to see how all that plays out as they run through the courses in the afternoon. But I promised you some scores, so let me make sure that I give you those scores. Now we're going to go in order from lowest to highest. I'll be giving you the name of the driver and the time that they put in for this morning's runs. We do have about 36 of them, so it's going to take a second. So I'll take it a little slow so you can hear it just in case it goes by. In a moment, when we've had time for our engineering team to catch up, they'll put up a textual version of this so you'll be able to follow along. But here are the results as we have them so far. Currently running in last place is Rick Stewart at 69.648 seconds. Above him is Monique Hess, currently running at 69.153 seconds. Above that is Adam Pearson in a Miata, currently running at 66.904 seconds. Above that is Robert Hess, our founder representing the Army, currently running at 65.201 seconds. Above him is Doug Bailey, currently running at 63.967 seconds. Above him is William Braniff, currently running at 62.507 seconds. Above that is Tanisha Brunson, Tanisha Brunson, running for the Air Force, currently running at 61.792 seconds. Above her is Miss Kate Beers, currently running at 60.214 seconds. Above her is Victor Adamson, currently running at 60 seconds flat. Good run there. Above him is Isaiah Capers, currently running at 59.640. Above that is Carter Tierson. Oh, good, sunshine. Currently running at 58.698 seconds. Above him is Peter Evans, not Evan Peters, Peter Evans, currently running at 58.698 seconds. Above him is Adam Lyons, currently running at 58.281 seconds. Above him is Keith Kennebeck, currently running at 57.488 seconds. Above him is Christopher Stover, currently running at 56.170 seconds. Larry Hardman comes up next, currently running in at 56.095 seconds. Then Julio Eduardo Rubio coming in at 55.974 seconds. Then Cale Nash coming in at 55.775 seconds. Hang on a second, let me adjust my screen here. Then Brendan Kleiser in a Corvette coming in at 55.586 seconds. And above him, Mike Flynn currently coming in at 55.321 seconds. Above him is Al Pacheco currently coming in at 55.174 seconds. Above him, we've got Antonio Marietta, currently running at 54.503 seconds. Above that is Dave Jones, currently running at 54.441 seconds. Above him is Silvio Fiorito, currently running at 54.275 seconds. Scott Smith comes in the Camaro above him at 54.223 seconds. Brian Johnson in the GT500 running at 54.216 seconds. Neil Ahmad, currently running for the Marine Corps, is coming in at 52.929 seconds. Richard Lancer, currently running for the Army, is coming in at 51.875 seconds, and that's the top 10 now. He is number 10. Currently running at 9th is David Valeri, running at 51.484 seconds, blisteringly hot time. Nicholas Plum coming in at 8th, also running at 51.216 seconds. Really good times here. Will Murphy coming in at 7th, currently running at 50 seconds, 1.189. Great time there. And then we crack our top 5 with William Cruz running at 49.191 seconds. And Danny Cow currently is our champion running at 48.181 seconds. That's right, among my many other skills that I don't have is being able to number people. But currently our champion leading is Danny Cow, William Cruz right behind, and I mean only a full second. So it's going to be an interesting afternoon as they begin to run now the opposite direction. You should be able to see on the screen all of them taking an orientation or a family lap as it's otherwise known. All of the drivers are on the track now, and they've had the opportunity to just kind of re-familiarize themselves running the other way. Now, with scores like what we've had in the current first half of our racing, I'm expecting that the second half of the race day is going to be just as exciting. So we'll go ahead and get those typed up and put up on screen for you. Meantime, please enjoy the family race footage, and we'll be right back as soon as we have more. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned.
Michaela here, back at Rally4Vets, and we are so excited to be here today. We are on the afternoon laps, and I'm here with Alex, whose family is involved in putting this all together. So tell us a little bit in just a moment.
For information about their full line of products and services, you can go to radiotire.com. With today's charity that we're supporting, that is the Veterans Moving Forward. Veterans Moving Forward provides service dogs and...
We are waiting as they finish up this announcement about Veterans Moving Forward, which was a wonderful organization that we got to interview earlier. Scott got to do a wonderful interview with them earlier today.
Over here where the TVs are set up, so if you have any questions, you can come and ask them. Also, thank you to Navy Federal Credit Union. Navy Federal has been serving members of the armed forces, the DOD veterans, and their families since 1980. Information on the services that you can find at www.navyfederal.org.
There we go. So I'm here with Alex, and Alex's family is involved in the event on today. So tell us a little bit about what you've been up to today.
So I've been doing some videography, taking some pictures to help with the charity and use it in video later.
That's great. And what all did you do to prepare for getting ready for today? Because this is such an incredibly well-organized event.
Just getting here early, preparing everything, just getting here earlier and make sure before everyone else gets here.
That's awesome. And so I heard that you got to racing one of the cars earlier, or riding one of the cars earlier. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I was during the warm-up laps where we got familiarized with the track. It's very different being just regular driving in a car, riding in a passenger, because you're going 50 miles an hour in a tight turn. So it's very different from just seeing it out in person.
And how do you feel when you're in a car that's going around turns like that so quickly?
I was looking through the camera at the time, so it was giving me a headache looking through the camera at the time.
I can only imagine. So, so your family is very heavily involved in this organization and the event?
Yeah, my grandfather Robert, he runs it, and my mom Monique is helping with that. So it's cool to see them involved, and I try to help where I can.
That's amazing. Well, thank you so much, and thank you to your family for organizing this wonderful event. And I know you're busy, so we'll let you get back to taking lots of pictures. But thank you so much for taking a moment out of your time to talk with us today.
Thank you.
Wow, thanks, Michaela. That's amazing. Another great interview. It's just part of the sights and sounds that we're trying to bring you here this afternoon at Summit Point Raceway. Rally4Vets Racing covering. I'm Scott Ford, and we're now into the afternoon.
It was awesome.
You can tell by looking at the action on the track, the drivers are back on the track running their afternoon time races. Now, the morning they had the opportunity to run 8 different times, and those runs are basically the opportunity to combine all the scores. And that's how we got to where we are. Now, currently, what we're hoping is that the afternoon's racing will give folks an incentive to try and make up that extra second, or in some cases, a little bit more than a second. We're seeing some good runs out here right now. It looks like right now that a lot of the cars are beginning to pick up some of the afternoon heating, which we understand is actually making the handling a little bit more tricky. Because of course, the colder the track, the stickier the tires. We've seen some good runs. We haven't had anybody slide out around the sides.
I saw
so far. One of the drivers
said that it came like right up in front of his car and went up over it. So he was like, I can't wait to see that.
We'll continue to bring you these coverage. We're still working on getting results from the inputs so we can bring them up for you. Do it as quickly as possibly can. And in addition, we will bring you the results of the race and the award ceremony at approximately 4 o'clock today. In the meantime, please enjoy the rest of the sights and sounds of today's event at Summit Point Raceway. And if you get a chance, slide on over to Rally4Vets.com. That's Rally4Vets.com. And feel free to take a spin around the website, become a volunteer, maybe make a donation. Thanks so much. We certainly appreciate it. We'll see you in just a couple minutes.
He just looked straight at the camera.
Oh,
knew what was needed.
I love it. You don't even have to look.
wants to know which car that was.
here at the Rally4Vets race, and it is an entire family affair today. So we have Amelia, Anna, and Maverick, and Amelia and Maverick's dad and Anna's husband, Chris, is driving car number 17. So are you excited to see your dad race today?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And what is your favorite type of car?
A Tesla, a white Tesla with a white interior.
A white Tesla with a white interior. That's so specific. I love it. And Maverick, do you have a favorite car?
What's your favorite car? Do you like Teslas too?
You like other cars?
You like
That's
the cars that go
awesome.
really, really fast?
No, he likes the power.
I see you've got, is that the race car from Cars, right? Yes. Yeah?
What's in red?
Oh my goodness, it's a red car. That's awesome.
She's in red. And you can change blue to red.
That's amazing. You have a color changing car. I don't know if any of these cars out here can change color. That's pretty unique.
That would be really cool.
Wait, let me see. I can pick up my car.
You can pick up a whole car?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, you're so strong. And so you're excited to see your dad race today. Is your first time watching him race?
Yes, first time here.
Oh my gosh.
She made a special flag just for him.
Oh my gosh, check out this awesome flag that Amelia made. That's so cool. Are you going to wave it when he crosses the finish line? That's awesome. And I noticed you are all dressed for the occasion too. You've got your checkered flag dress, and Maverick's got his car on his shirt. That's so awesome. Your race car, that's great. And do you have a favorite? What's your favorite color car?
What's your favorite color?
Gray. You like gray cars?
What's your
That's
favorite?
awesome. What's your favorite?
I like white because when sun reflects on it, it makes the car stay cool.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
That's why the road is hotter than white things.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea. We learn something new every day. That's so cool. Well, thank you so much for being here, and we wish your dad lots and lots of luck. And let me ask you, Anna, what's it like to be the husband or the wife of a racer? And how do you feel when you're out there watching?
I just can't wait for me to be in the car.
Yes, that's awesome. So do you like to drive as well?
I do, yes.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Have you ever done any races yourself?
No, just go-karts, but I haven't been on a real track. So I'm hoping one day maybe I'll be able to be out there.
Oh my gosh, maybe next year you'll be out there with him. That'd be awesome. Great. Well, thank you all so much for being here, and we wish your dad the best of luck today, and we'll send it back to you all in the studio.
You can't hear.
Yeah.
And everyone, thanks Michaela. I love it when we have kids at the track like this, because of course the children remind us that we've got an obligation to the future. Those that we've served in the past will come to service us in the future. So remember, as you're watching these wonderful sights and sounds of the track, that it's all about kids, it's about vets, it's about you, it's about us. All of us together working hard to make sure that the veterans get the support they need. So if you get the chance, slide on over to Rally4Vets.com. And go ahead and check them out if you get the opportunity to make a donation. Or you could also visit Vets Moving Forward or vote2.vet, and you'll also see the opportunity to have a number of other service opportunities, volunteer opportunities. Maybe you could be a poll worker. Maybe you could watch a dog while they're going through training to help a PTSD survivor or someone who's going through an amputation. Any one of our veterans who've served us very, very well, we owe them the opportunity to return that service the best we can. So we have a number of sponsoring organizations that we're proud to have partnered up with, and we certainly would encourage each and every one of you to get the opportunity to go by and see how it might fit in your personal volunteer plan. Meantime, of course, we're here to provide you entertainment. Great racing going on so far, and it looks like the afternoon, it has gotten a little bit stickier. We've only had the one potential spin out on camera so far, but the track is holding very well. Oh, we've got one coming fast and hot now, coming around the hairpin. The turn does really well. The number 12 car seems to be doing very well. It's a very competitive afternoon of racing. We're looking forward to seeing the final results. Again, I would like to reiterate that currently the Coast Guard is in the rear position with the Air Force, the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and Space Force, currently running in the first position. Now that's just based on this morning's results, and we're waiting to see how the afternoon heat has come in. Of course, in the afternoon, we'll have the opportunity to compare everybody's scores, and then we'll be doing the award ceremony at approximately 4 o'clock this afternoon, where we all have the opportunity to find out who won. Stay tuned, and don't forget, please slide on over to the veterans organization of your choice and help out where you can. We really do appreciate it. Thank you.
deliveries. They do animals for service personnel who have returned that need service dogs. Those dogs are approximately $40,000 to $50,000 each to train. So any dollar amount or any support that you can give them, either as a volunteer or a donor, would be absolutely wonderful. So that being said, don't forget that you have an opportunity to jump in as well, and we'll be back here in no time at all with additional footage. We're going to kick it right now. Actually, hang on. My producer is just telling me that Michaela's got somebody that wants to talk to us. Yay! So now with some more of the flavor of the track, let's kick it to Michaela. Michaela?
Here at the Rally4Vets, and I am here with Lauren, whose husband Nick is racing today. So Lauren, tell us about Nick's car today. What is he racing?
So he is racing an Audi RS3. It currently has the Red Bull livery on it.
Oh my gosh, so we've been seeing him take off all morning. So how long has Nick been racing for?
I believe this will be year 3 that he has been racing.
That's exciting. And do you know about how many races he's done?
Oh boy. 3 seasons, so about 20 races.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. And so is this something that he does professionally?
He does not do this professionally. It's kind of his side of, so this is his getaway thing.
That is so awesome, and it's so great that you're here to support him as well. And I saw you mentioned as well that you were driving in the car with him. What is that like?
I'm a huge fan of roller coasters, so it's kind of a rush. This is actually my first time ever riding with him, so see if I do it again. Unsure at this point.
Oh my gosh, and how loud is it in the car?
It is very loud. I can tell you when the car moves and when he really gets on the gas, it's pretty loud.
And this is this his first time doing the Rally4Vets, or?
It is. Yep.
That's wonderful. And how did you all find out about it?
He is in the car scene, so I think he's probably saw an ad somewhere or something. And he is in the military as well. So.
Oh my gosh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for his service. We really appreciate it. Are you in the military as well?
I am not.
Oh, well, thank you so much for being such a supportive, wonderful wife, because I know that's not an easy thing to be doing. But thank you so much for being here today, and congratulations to Nick getting out there and racing, and we wish him the best of luck in the stand.
Great.
And thank you so much. We'll send it back to you in the studio. And we're clear. Thank you so much. Awesome.
Thanks, Michaela.
they're still watching cars
That's
race
funny.
because they still are obsessed, especially him, they're still obsessed with cars.
So our
We
little
were
one
at
is
the
very
beach
similar.
and we were literally at the beach.
Yeah, you're like, come on. You're literally at the ocean. It's right in front of you.
You can be Moana.
You can be Moana right now. We're good. Aw. He watches all of them. Yeah. He watches, like, he's watched every single car on Disney. They even, like, made her shorts. All the little short videos? Yep. Every single one. Aww. Okay. I'm gonna head up and
So thank you, Five.
coming into our broadcast studio here. We are getting long in the day. Looks like most of the drivers have pretty much finished their concluding runs. We've got a few more out on the track, and then we'll have an opportunity to let the tabulators do their work, and we'll be able to bring you the final scores. But just as a way of kind of keeping the drama in the event, we thought we'd take a second and rerun the previous scores from the noon event so that you can kind of find your favorite driver in the top 25 and see how well they're doing. We'll be back as soon as we have more information, but for right now, here's the scores.
Michaela joining you here in the studio, and joining us is one of the racers from today, Tanisha. We're very excited to have you here. We've heard a lot about you today. One of the few female racers in the race today. Tanisha is part of the Marine Corps, a veteran of the Marine Corps. And how long have you been racing for?
I would say about less than 2 years.
And what is your favorite part about racing?
The corners.
The corners?
The corners, not the straights, but just the corners.
And what got you into racing?
My boyfriend actually got me more into racing. It wasn't something that I'm very, very big into. I get a lot of anxiety, just like nervousness because it's something new, it's something different that I've never done. So he's always encouraged me to come out of my comfort zone and do something a little bit different and exciting.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's so great that you get to do this as a team then.
Yes, I'm here today with him.
Oh my gosh.
I kind of follow behind him and in the pits. So
oh my gosh,
it was really good to have a great experience with him.
That's so great that you get to do that together. And so you said you've been racing for a little while now. Now, being behind the wheel, what is that feeling like?
It actually, I'm going to be honest, I had a lot of fun. Anxiety a little bit at the beginning because I'm walking into the unknown. I don't know the track, but after, especially with this group going around the track and all of the coaches and some of the other fellow riders that are here today, it was so much fun. I'm a type of person, I like to take it slow and then slowly build. So more fun of working on skills and then challenging myself.
Oh my gosh, well you did so great today. It was so fun to get to see you out there racing.
Yeah.
You fit in perfectly, just like a professional.
Thanks.
So thank you so much for your service, and we really appreciate you joining us here in the studio today. Is there anybody else you'd like to give a shout out before we?
No, I'm all right. Just shout out to all of our veterans and every member who's active duty and also our police force. Especially we have Veterans Day coming up and the Marine Corps birthday on the 10th. So happy birthday, Marines, and happy Veterans Day on the 11th.
That's amazing. Yay.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Marines, and happy almost Veterans Day. Thank you so much for joining us, Tanisha, and good luck in the standings.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, Scott Ford here for the final time. We're getting ready to close down the studio because the racing is done for the day. Now, sadly, we will not be able to bring you the live results just because of the nature of the broadcast that we've got going on here. But we will have those up and available on the Rally4Vets.com website, ASAP. We'd like to thank each and every individual that showed up today. We'd like to thank our sponsors. We'd like to thank Rally4Vets. We'd like to thank the folks at Vet4Vote. We'd like to thank the folks at Veterans, oh shoot, it's blown out of my head, for Movement for Veterans. What was it, Trey?
Veterans Moving Forward.
Veterans Moving Forward. Thank you, Michaela. They're an outstanding organization. VetThe.vote is where we need you to go if you want to be a poll watcher and help out. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to be your hosts today. It has been an absolute blast to be here to watch outstanding racing. I want to thank the folks at Rally4Vets.com for giving us the opportunity to be here, but I really want to remind you at home, and I know I've said this all throughout the course of the broadcast, but I'm going to say it one more time because it bears repeating. These folks are out here today because they've done their service and they've put in for their country. They put in for each and every one of us to have an opportunity under this beautiful day to enjoy the freedoms that we do. Now, we've asked that you enjoy a little entertainment. We also ask that you do your part. Now, that could be the financial side where you're doing a donation to any one of the wonderful sites that we've indicated. Or more importantly, it could be that you volunteer your time, because the time is certainly the one thing that they've put in, and we ask you to do the same. Won't you do the service for those who've served you in the past? We certainly hope you will. We encourage you to do so. Thanks so much to all of our veterans. Thanks so much to our broadcast team, Trey, Michaela, Zach, and of course myself, are grateful and the opportunity to have served you today. We thank you so much, and we hope we'll see you again next year. So Scott Ford for Rally4Vets signing off for now.
remember the mission. You know, veteran affair benefits your veterans. You know, awareness issues. I didn't know we were going to be competing with the Porsche guys over there, so I'm trying to use my big voice. Can everybody hear me? All right. So thanks to sponsors, Navy Federal Credit Union, Radial Tire Company, Disney Company, and those of you who registered, you know, the first 30 I will be reaching out to you individually by email with the code for you to get your annual subscription to Disney Plus. Let's see, so number one, first of all, remember, Wanda, can you give me one of those cups? So I hope that everybody had this in mind. Okay, as you were out there on the course today, you know, I'm assuming you're all driving to become one of the famous top dogs. All right, so this is the number one award. So we have a rather distinguished Coast Guard guy. The gentleman here is going to present the awards. Where's my Coast Guard guy? All right, okay, so this is 3 times as many Coast Guard, you know, that we had last year. All right, so I'm going to read off the awards, and London is going to be presenting, okay, and then we'll get you up, you know, here, take your picture, which is going out to the world, okay, on our Instagram and Facebook page. So, you know, if you don't want it, hold something up in front of your face. So, believe it or not, you know, we had a tie for the overall fastest time. Okay? Okay, so where's this guy named Julio? Julio? Is he? Did that Alpha go? Oh my God. Well, he was tied with this other guy who apparently is really fast named Danny Cow. Where's Danny? Yeah, congratulations. So you guys were in a dead heat, you know, for fastest overall time. Instead of looking nice. Well, that's what he told me too. Yeah. So anyway, so this is your first place medal. Thank you. Let's see. Do you want to? Oh my gosh, just jump, Danny, just jump right up on that. Maybe it'll come down though. You know. Well, all right. So fastest time overall. You were Army, right? Air Force. Damn it. Sorry. Yeah. So the second overall, you know, it's again an amazing tie for William Cruz and Nicholas Swan. I don't know how you guys did this. I mean, that is first and second place exactly identical time. So you were driving the what? The Tesla. Oh, that's automatic. No, so silver. Man, bragging rights, number 2, fastest overall. All right, guys. Army, right? Damn it! Go Army! All right, third overall, Bill Murphy. Where are you? Navy.
Navy. Let's hear it for the Navy.
All right, so now into classes. CA3. On CA3. Gotta check one thing. We're gonna do CF1. Where's Scott Smith?
Can you tell us what each one means?
Say again?
Can you tell us what the classes mean?
Oh! Right, CF1 is C Street front wheel drive. Under 400 horsepower. I think it's under 400. Okay? Does everybody know the class? Oh, well, wait a minute, guys. You all clashed your cars. All right, so I'm starting to worry about the honor system here. Okay, but no, I'm just kidding. So the classes SR1 is street rear-wheel drive. You know, then 1, 2, and 3 are based on horsepower. So when you hear, then CF1 is street front-wheel drive, right? Competition, sorry. Come on up here. I think competition. Okay, so how many people here are usually drive with John Felton's program? All right, you guys, okay. So if I get it wrong, tell me. So these guys run this stuff all the time. You know that SA is street all-wheel drive, right? Okay, and I think that's all we've got. We have street front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, okay, street, and then competition. All right. So if you get an award for something and you don't understand, just take the medal and go. All right. So Scott Smith, is he gone?
No, I'm right here.
Oh. CR? CR? All right. Okay.
Take it
Smile. All right. Well, it says you are number 1.
Yes.
You're going to get this spiffy medal and you're going to get this thank you with hot dog.
Yeah, congratulations.
All right, so we're down to the next one is SA2. So Peter Evans, where are you and your Miata? Peter. All right, the good news is you're getting an award. The bad news is it's not first place, but it is third place. So congratulations.
Congratulations to the co-star.
Now, so Peter put in his own roll bar, he and his son. So if you need any roll bar work, this is your guy. So Rick Stewart. Okay, number 2. Right over there, we'll get you on camera.
Oh, God. Okay. Good thing.
All right, round of applause. So number 1 in that class is Julio, and he's gone again. Okay. All right. So next up is SA3 and Carter Tarragon. Have I mispronounced your name, Carter? Okay. Congratulations. So you're going to be right here, number 3.
First place.
Second place, Antonio Marietta. Antonio, you are entirely too tall.
No, I won't be able to reach
there.
Congratulations.
First place, David Mallory. I'm assuming you had a previous career in the NBA? That's F1. Second place, Victor Adams.
What is it, second? Victor!
Yep, Victor.
Victor,
And first place in a new top dog, Adam Lyons.
Hey, my name's Adam. Can I
All right, so moving on to SR1, Larry, third place, Larry Hartman.
Come on down.
No? Should be better?
I thought I saw it.
Well, apparently not enough.
Congratulations.
Al Pacheco, number 2. Oh yeah, we'll get you guys all up there. Number 2.
Number 2.
No, another Marine. And first place, Cale Nash, where are you? Okay, all right, guys, if you can make it up here, we'll get you all 3 on the. Yep. Okay. All right, all right. SR2, third place, Ahmad Neal. All right. Oh my God, I got 3 Did you get good film on your?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. Good. Number 2, Bill Murphy, William Murphy.
That's 2 so far.
And number 1, Danny. Now again. Yeah. Wow. Hey, now you got a month for each hand.
Congratulations, yes.
Yep, congratulations. All right, guys, can you make it up in the podium?
I can open it.
There we go. Okay, last class SR3, number 3rd place, Richard Lancer. Richard Lancer. Army, right? Okay, everybody. All right. Okay, put that medal on. I want you to, just so Space Force exists. Right? Second place, Ryan Johnson. And first place, Isaiah Capers. Okay, all right, guys, you got to make it up to the podium. That's your final test. Does Space Force have any battle cry yet? I mean, the Army goes hoo-ah, the Marines do some weird thing. I know, so we're making fun of you, but I think we're all happy that there's a bunch of people up there, you know, handling all right. Well, it's a secret. Finally happy.
Robert, I believe it's Nanu Nanu.
So good. All right, so everybody, that's what we got. Listen, I want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you all for coming out, spending your day with us. I'm going to be sending a survey out to everybody. I'll be putting it together. We'd really love to have your comments, about what you liked, what you might like to see. We're thinking about next year doing an HPDE day and then a competition. It's a 2-day event. But one thing that's really important, we last year we were like 14 drivers. This year we're 35. We need to fill that grid to 80. And the reason is if we can get this big, we're going to be able to generate some interest in sponsors, sponsorship money, and that's what's going to let us write the check to Veterans Moving Forward for one of those service dogs. And in case you don't know, it takes about 2 years and $40,000 to train, fully train a service dog. So it's no small undertaking, but it's really priceless to the veteran that gets one of those dogs. So if you had a good time, come back. Make sure you bring 2 or 3 other people. We'll fill that grid. And actually, Lori Stidner is here. Lori is the COO, of Veterans Moving Forward, and so she is representing, the charity recipient, for this year, and going forward for this event, it's going to be Veterans Moving Forward. So that's it.
Robert?
Yep. Oh, one. Yes. Thank you. So there's an organization I belong to. It's called the Academy of the United States Veterans. The Academy of the United States Veterans, they have some gifts here for the top dogs. So if you've got one of these mugs, please come over and grab one of those gifts. Okay, you're not going to know what you get. It's going to be nice. It's either going to be for you, or if you're really lucky, it's going to be for your wife or significant other. Okay, and she will be thrilled. Okay, that you brought her something back. So thank you. If you're a top dog, grab one of those. Does anybody else have anything you'd like to, to share or say?
Thank you.
Thanks everybody for not hitting anything in your car today.
I guess one final note. You have participated in the only inter-service motorsports event on the face of the planet. Okay, so this is this small band of people we're putting together. So thank you guys all. All right, I have to say one thing. The overall team winner. Okay, last year was Army. So we decided that we shouldn't select the winner simply on the number of drivers it had. So we did some math, and the math was times divided by drivers. So who can tell me who the most unlikely winner? Space Force. And it is indeed Space Force. I don't know how this happened. My story team said that this mathematically, you guys aren't good at math. I don't know, but anyway, so on our trophy, this rotating trophy, it will be here next year. It wasn't here this year because I broke it. Okay, it is right now back in England. Okay, being repaired. It will be here next year. And 2021 was Army. 2022 is Space Force. Okay, and you know, for your Marines, Navy, and Air Force guys, hey, 2023 belongs to you. So, congratulations, Space Force. All right, top dogs, grab yours.
It's not better. That's it. Right up there.